And good morning. Welcome out to Albany High School as we get set here for wrestling action today here on Albany TV. It is the Albany James Lee Booher Memorial Invitational Wrestling Tournament today. This is the first ever James Lee Booher Memorial Wrestling Tournament. We'll go over a little bit about James throughout the broadcast here today, but James Booher was a four-year varsity wrestler for the Warriors from 1998 to 2001. Sadly, we lost James on graduation day 2001, and today they have the tournament in memory of James' legacy and career here as an Albany Warrior wrestler. We'll have more again on James as we go throughout the day, as well as wrestling action for you throughout the day as well. We'll start out with the morning session. We'll take a break and have a new video coming up for the afternoon session later on today. And we will have the medalists also give away our Winner's Circle Trophies and Awards North Wrestler of the Meet to the best performing Albany Warrior wrestler today. There will be a plaque awarded to the most valuable wrestler of the tournament today, as well as a first and second place team trophy and medals to the top four in each weight class here today. There are 16 schools that will be represented today here at the Albany James Lee Booher Memorial Invitational Wrestling Tournament. Remember that this little pregame is brought to you by BTC Bank. BTC Bank, community-minded, just like you. We'll be back with more in a moment here on Albany TV.
Show your school spirit with a BTC Bank school mascot debit card. Choose the card that fits your favorite local school, and you can earn that school extra cash. Available for new accounts or replacement cards for an existing account. Visit one of BTC Bank locations to get your school mascot debit card today, where they can instantly issue your new card. BTC Bank, community-minded, just like you. Member FDIC.
Community-minded, just like you. BTC Bank.
Have you looked at Petty John Auto Center lately? We're a full-service Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Buick, Chevrolet, and GMC dealer. And we're located right here in Bethany and Albany. No matter what you need when it comes to your vehicle, we've got you covered. Factory-certified technicians, OEM and aftermarket parts, and our state-of-the-art body shop, Petty John Collision Center. Plus, vehicle financing options for every budget. So the next time you need anything related to your car, truck, SUV, or van, we're here to help. To schedule service or shop our entire new and used inventory online, visit pettyjohnauto.com. That's pettyjohnauto.com.
B&G in the Morning is a weekly podcast with co-hosts Brett Williams and Gavin Schaus. Every week, we cover the biggest stories from Missouri 8-man football, the NFL, the NBA, and more. We also do player interviews. Our goal is to keep you updated on what's going on in the sports world without the clickbait headlines. Hear us on Spotify, Anchor, and Facebook giving our opinions on the biggest sports news every week.
Winner's Circle Trophies and Awards North in Albany is your hometown trophy and award shop. Winner's Circle North makes all kinds of trophies for sports, car shows, livestock shows, baby shows, and more. Winner's Circle North also does plaques of all sizes and kinds. Want something unique? Winner's Circle North has you covered with sublimation gifts and acrylic awards. To order your trophies, awards, or one-of-a-kind items, call Winner's Circle Trophies and Awards North at 816-632-5599 or find them on Facebook at Winner's Circle North. Your hometown Albany Hy-Vee is your sporting snack headquarters for all of your favorite sports. If you want to bring the smells of the games to your living room, your Albany Hy-Vee has you covered. So make a big play by getting all of your sports snack favorites before the next big play happens at your local Albany Hy-Vee.
Where there's a helping smile in every eye. Shop Hy-Vee.
At American Family Insurance, protecting farms and ranches is at the heart of what we do. After all, it's where we got our start more than 90 years ago. We understand the hard work that goes into building and sustaining your business. And that's why we offer customizable policies that protect everything you've worked hard for. Let's build the policy your farm deserves. Contact me today.
For details, stop by and talk to Agent David Smith at 116 South Smith Street in Albany, or at 303 North Park Street in Stanberry, or call 660-726-3536 today. Hogue Lumber Company in Albany is here to help you with all of your DIY projects. Whether you're doing a home remodel, some repair work, a painting job, or a plumbing job, Hogue Lumber Company's dedicated staff can help you get the materials that you need to do the job right. Hogue Lumber Company in Albany is your trusted hometown hardware store and lumber yard for more than 4 decades.
Northwest Cell, your local cell phone provider, is a proud supporter of all local schools. Northwest Cell has authorized agents located in Albany, Grant City, Maryville, Mound City, Oregon, Rockport, Stanberry, and Tarkio. Stop in at any of Northwest Cell's authorized agents or visit nwmcell.com to learn about their FlexPay unlimited data plans or any of this month's hot deals.
And welcome back out again here to Albany for, again, what is going to be called the Albany James Lee Booher Memorial Invitational Tournament. Kind of giving you an update on James Booher. This is on the front of the programs for today that have the weight brackets in it. James Lee Booher was a 4-year varsity wrestler for the Warriors from 1998 to 2001. During his 4 years, he had amassed 68 career wins. Of those 68 wins, 47 were by pin. He had 82 takedowns and 32 reversals. He also had 19 2-point near falls, along with 20 3-point near falls. His overall winning percentage was just over 63.5%. During the 99-2000 season, James led the team with wins in a season with 24. That same season, he had 21 pins and led the team in consecutive wins with 8. James was a 3-time sectional qualifier, had numerous medals and pins that he proudly wore in his letter jacket. Not only did James wrestle, but he was also a 4-year varsity football player. When he wasn't on the field or on the wrestling mat, you could always count on him to be cheering on his friends and classmates at track meets, basketball games, and softball games. Here is the national anthem from Albany.
Thank you. Welcome to the James Lee Booher Memorial Invitational Tournament. Welcome to the first annual James Lee Booher Memorial Wrestling Tournament. James Lee Booher was a 4-year varsity wrestler for the Warriors from 1998 to 2001. During his 4 years, he had 68 career wins. Of those 68 wins, 47 were pins. He had 82 takedowns and 32 reversals. He also had a 19 two-point near falls along with 20 three-point near falls. His overall win percentage was 63%. During the 1999-2000 season, James led the team with wins in the season with 24. That same season, he had 21 pins and led the team with consecutive wins with 8. James was a 3-time sectional qualifier. He had numerous medals and pins that he proudly wore on his leather jacket. Not only did James wrestle, but he was also a 4-year varsity football player. When he wasn't on the field or on the wrestling mat, you could always count on him to be cheering on his friends and classmates at track meets, basketball, and softball games. James drove a 1986 Ford Mustang, which everyone in the school knew. If he wasn't at shop at a school event, you could usually find him working at his dad's mechanic shop. James was a friend to all. His sudden death on graduation day in 2001 forever left a hole in his classmates, teammates, coaches, and yes, even his opponents' hearts. We remember him today for everything that he was and the memories we still share. His family is here to represent him with his older brother Mitch, his younger brother Jeff, and his father Dan. They left a legacy of wrestlers that went down through Jeff and even into James's nieces. There will be order forms in the lunchroom out there for anyone who wants to order a shirt. We thank you all for attending and thank you for your good sportsmanship.
So again, as you see, there are James Lee Booher's dad and brothers, and then along the wall that will show you are a lot of his classmates from his time here at Albany that have come out to show support for the first ever James Lee Booher Memorial Invitational Wrestling Tournament. Some former teammates and the wrestlers, as well as some just other classmates as well that have come out to show their support.
And 126 and 138.
So again, we gave you, about James. We'll have some more about James Booher throughout the day as well. Hopefully, we will have a chat with the former head coach of the Warriors that coached James Booher and Joe Stickle at some point today. Kind of have him talk a little bit about James and his legacy as an Albany wrestler and just kind of how that tradition has continued throughout the years. So hopefully we will have Coach Stickle up here at some point today as well. We'll be back as we get set for wrestling here at 1:06 to begin the day. Actually, it looks like we'll be getting started here right now, so we'll keep it right here. Remember, you are watching James Lee Booher Invitational Wrestling Tournament action today here on Albany TV, brought to you by BTC Bank, Petty John Auto Centers, with locations in Bethany and Albany. Winners circle trophies and awards north of Albany. The Albany Hy-Vee and the BNG in the Morning podcast. American Family Insurance Agent David Smith in Albany and Stanbury. Hogue Lumber Company of Albany and Northwest Cell. Raymond Smith Body Shop of Albany. Lone Star Investments of Albany and Papa's Family Restaurant in Albany. East Fork Lodge and Legacy Event Center of Albany. Andy's Whistle Stop in downtown Albany. Williams Construction and Electric. Sublime Flamingo Boutique, as well as the Briar Patch, and also the City of Albany, Albany Booster Club, the Albany School District, and the Printery New Shop are located in Albany. So we'll try and give you what is happening on both mats as best as possible here throughout the day. As over on the left mat, I believe we have at 1:06 here. And actually, I think we're at 1:13 here on the left mat. It's Lafayette and Lincoln on the left mat. So 2-0 lead on the left mat, 2-0 lead on the right mat as well.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure what we're at on the right mat either.
Thirty seconds left here in this left mat. And that'll be the end of the first period over on the left mat. It's a 2-0 lead in favor of Lafayette.
Looks like we got a pin on the right mat. Looks like wrestler from Polo will get the pin. And yeah, that's correct. So again, not sure what weight class we're starting with over on the right.
I believe that was Chance McGee from Polo that picked up the win there at 120. Over on the left mat here, it's Miles Dean from Kansas City and Dawson Handgartner from Lafayette. And moving to 126 on the right mat, it's Jacob Simon from Polo against Michael Garrett of Warsaw. It's a 2-0 lead here for Simon. Or sorry, for Handgartner over on the left mat over Miles Dean. Now Dean takes a 3-2 lead here with 45 seconds remaining here in the second period. Three more points awarded here to Handgartner.
And that's going to be a pin for Michael Garrett over Jacob Simon in 57 seconds in the first round. So he takes the win over on the right mat.
And three more points awarded here to Miles Dean as he leads 6-2 going into the third period. So as we start the third period, it's a 6-2 lead here for Miles Dean. Miles Dean picks up 2 points here on the takedown, leading 8-2. Handgartner looking for the reversal. 3 back points, though, awarded to Dean. Handgartner does get the 2-point reversal. It's an 11-4 lead, though, here for Miles Dean over on the left mat.
About to get started again on the right mat.
Over on the right mat, it's Kane Rose from Benton against Braden Simon of Lafayette, I believe. And the pin. Here we'll go to Lafayette's Handgardner in the third period.
.45 seconds left in the first round. Over here on the right.
Over on the left mat here, it will be Lafayette again wrestling. Quick takedown as against Bryson Justice of Maysville. Justice with 2 points, now looking for the quick pin here in Noah DeHart.
That'll end the first period on the right mat. I believe it's Kane Rose with a 2-0 lead.
And the pin going to go to Justice in a minute 4 over Noah DeHart. It'll be Marshall Todd of North Andrew going up against Laramie Fenimore of Gallatin over on the left mat here at 138.
So 2 more takedown points for Kane Rose. So
actually, I believe it's John Newton from Lincoln against Ethan Ines at 138 over on the right mat.
Okay.
And a 2-0 lead there for Ines. Sorry about that, trying to figure out exactly where they're starting here at the tournament here today. So 2 GRC wrestlers going at it here on the left mat. A sophomore from North Andrew and a freshman from Gallatin.
And 35 seconds left in the first period. Ines still holding that 2-0 lead. Although they just changed it to 4. I thought that was correct. So 4-0 for Ines.
Still scoreless here after the first minute 15 on the left mat between Todd and Fenimore.
And that'll end the second period. Ines holding a 4-0 lead and going into the final round.
Still scoreless here with 15 seconds left in the opening round on the left mat between these 2 Grand River Conference wrestlers. And they will go to the second period here, still scoreless. Fenimore will start in the down position here.
Hines and Newton lead the circle. Will come back and resume with 1:34 left in the third period.
I'm Coach Stickle.
All right, well, welcome back out here again to Albany. We have the former head coach of the Warriors and Coach Joe Stickle. And Coach Stickle, you were the coach that was here whenever James was here. Can you kind of talk about James and his wrestling career?
Sure. I mean, I was a first-year coach and came here, and they were all that class that were all freshmen. James was I was the assistant coach the first year, so I had the advantage of getting to know the boys, and they were a real special group. And my second year here, I became the head coach, and we all had to go through some growing pains. I had to learn how to be a head coach, and I learned a lot from them. But James Booher was really he's a super trifecta. He was a great student, great person, and a great wrestler. And he had a great support system at home that I think fueled a lot of what he did. He had an older brother and a younger brother that he always wanted to make them proud of him on the mat. James was, had a great career, was always stacked in some tough weight classes, though. I mean, just year after year. At that time, the GRC was extremely solid. Our district was really good. It wasn't uncommon for the top 4 kids in our district or top 2 to be on the medal stand in those positions. So he was always kind of behind an 8 ball with that, but a gritty competitor. I mean, just super gritty. He I'm still coaching a little bit, but 26 years in education, 26 years as a wrestling coach, and even, 42 years in the sport or more at this point, and nobody hated to get pinned more than Jim Booher, and nobody had more fight in him. I mean, you hear him talk about they got a little bit of that dog in him. Well,
yes,
James Booher had a little bit of that dog in him. Had a lot of it in him. And he refused to get pinned, was an ultimate competitor. And when he got on the mat, he was a different person. Outside of off the mat, he was a great kid, sweet kid, well liked by everybody, nice, would do anything for anybody. But when he got on that mat and he stepped inside of that circle, he was just a fierce competitor and would not give in, would not give up. And really, credit to his whole class, but to him as well, and especially to him. It changed the mentality of wrestling here in Albany for years to come after that, and it's touched the lives of kids, in Camdenton and Higginsville, places where I've been to coach because of that mentality and because of that leadership that he had. So,
and you kind of talk about some of those qualities that kind of trickled down from James. What sort of, I know you're no longer the coach here, but right behind you was the Warriors coach now, and James Schausch. And how have some of those continued to trickle down to the Warrior wrestlers and the tradition that still stand today?
Well, I was very fortunate to know James before he got here. I kind of recruited him to come here, and James has a passion for wrestling. And so one of the things that we talked about, he called me a lot before he took the job and then when he took the job. And he really did a good job of asking, what are the hallmarks of your program? What are the things that you guys believe in? And he wanted to know the history of the sport and the kids that had to really kind of turn things up for us and made us better here. And I really respected that in James, and he's done a great job of it. I mean, the kids that are wrestlers are committed, they're hard workers, and I think that just has bled down. He tells the stories of these kids. He talks about them. He talks about what things were like, when 25 years ago when I was starting, and the contribution of these kids, the kids that we had then. Now they're young men, right? They're my age almost. Now they're in their 40s, but he talks about the contributions they made and the importance they had in the program, and I think that's special. That's great. I mean, things like the Superintendent's Cup, it's still important to these kids. That started with this group. They were the ones that first wrestled in it. This tournament, that group that James was in, they were the first ones to wrestle in this tournament. We started it their sophomore or junior year. So we won it that year, and it was special. And he talks about that. He brings that stuff up. So these kids are well aware of the history. And we had on Sunday. We had a get together with his team and some of the wrestlers from James's class, and it was really neat. They had some pictures and stuff out and stats and stuff, and they were all looking at him. Like they were looking at him, looking at it, wanted to know about him, wanted to know about the kids in the team. And we told some stories about James and about what it was like back then. And those kids were genuine and wanted to know, what. And some of them, their dads wrestled at that time. So they wanted to know, hey, what can you tell me about my dad? What kind of wrestler my dad was? So that was pretty neat.
And so going back, you said you guys had that dinner on Sunday. What are, with this being the first ever James Lee Booher Memorial Wrestling Tournament, what are the hopes that those wrestlers get out of this? What do they learn about James, about that time period, and just kind of take that on into the future and into this tournament here today?
Well, I think one of the things that they've been told over and over again, you heard it today, just is that kind of person he was. And wrestling molds people, molds young people now, and now with girls wrestling, it's molding girls even more, and I think that's great. Wrestling's a sport unlike any other. It's a life changer for everybody that participates, because after you do it, you're not the same person. And I think that's one thing that kids can learn from James and from this tournament, is that people that are in wrestling are great people, and you don't have to be you can be a beast on the mat, and off the mat you can still be a gentleman and a person that cares about others. And some of that's the stereotypes of wrestling we've been just trying to break down for years. But and I also want them to know, and I think we conveyed it really well, is just how competitive James was. And that's what you should be on the mat. You should be a competitor in everything you do in life. You need to be committed to it. I have a saying that I live by, and it's when your commitment's greater than your feelings, you get results. And I think Jim was the epitome of that. He worked hard and he got results for himself. And I think because of that competitive spirit and the fact that he just never, ever gave up. I mean, he was just gritty. He got on his back. He was getting off, because and when he did, you better look out, because he was going to come after you. You were going to be in for a dogfight. And he didn't get put on his back very often, but when he did, he got off. Like, he just didn't get pinned. That was handful of times that I remember him ever being pinned. He just was the ultimate competitor, and he didn't just do it for himself because he didn't like it. He did it for his teammates because he knew those points mattered.
Yes.
In a dual meet or in a tournament, that even if he may lose, but if he loses by major or loses by decision or whatever, it was going to save his team points, and that was going to put us in a better position to win or be successful.
And then talking about, you said it multiple times already, you've kind of talked about the family element of the Warrior Wrestling program. Back all the way to you, now to James and the players and wrestlers now. How is it that wrestling, almost more than any other sport, has that family mentality? And we saw it here today. Still a lot of James's teammates are here today, 20-some years later, still celebrating him.
Yeah, I mean, I get choked up when I think about it, because those kids they were my first bunch. I'm getting a little teary-eyed right now, but you spend so much time with your kids as a wrestling coach as opposed to other sports. I mean, track, you're with your kids all day long, right? But you're spread out. You can go places. In a gym, you're right there together, right? You're right on top of the action. You're sitting next to each other. You're standing next to each other. And there are sports in high school where you beat each other. Football is one of them. But wrestling, you are face-to-face for 2 hours with these guys, sweating all over each other. Football's just a little different, and I was a football coach, and I love football. But there's just the closeness, the time you spend together. If there's a break in the tournament, you're right next to each other. You're huddled up. You're talking. You just get to know each other on a more intimate level. And you are really, you use the word family. There's no doubt that's what it is. I mean, it's the closest thing you can get. Because you do spend so much time with each other, and you suffer with each other, and you celebrate with each other, and I think it's you go through those trials and tribulations and that adversity together. There's just no other way you can describe it. You're brothers, or sisters now, and I think that's great too. So.
And for maybe the kids that aren't in high school yet, maybe the middle schoolers or younger, what are some of the things that they need to learn going in to become a wrestler? What are the key things that they need to learn?
Well, I think anybody can become a great wrestler. I don't. There's no limitations to that. I think the biggest thing is, it's being able to overcome adversity. Some of the best athletes that we've ever had that have tried to wrestle aren't successful wrestlers, and it's not because they're not great athletes. It's just maybe naturally things have come to them. The best wrestlers, and I could talk about James Booher and people like Richard Mode and Ryan Locklear and Cody Berry. I mean, those guys that wrestled in this program that weren't, tremendous athletes, but they were gritty and they just didn't want to quit. Damian Ellis, tough, didn't want to quit. I mean, you just had guys that stuck with it, and no matter how bad it got, they kept learning and kept progressing. They just never gave up, and that to me is one of the biggest lessons you can take away from it. Keep learning, keep growing. There's no failure isn't a thing, right? It's a opportunity to learn. There's no such thing as failure, just a chance to learn. And I think that's one of the biggest things you come out of wrestling. And if you're into it, if you're a middle school kid or a young kid learning, that's where you got to focus your time and effort. I mean, I ended up being a high school wrestling coach, and I was 1-15 in middle school. Like, I won one match. Well, 1-45, I think maybe, but. It was just you got to fall in love a little bit with the work, and I think a lot of kids, they do that. They fall in love with it because they find their niche, and part of that's because of the brothers they have on the team and the support they get from everybody. Because doesn't matter if you're the best kid or the worst kid on the team, yes. Everybody's doing the same thing. So.
Well, again, thank you, Coach Stickle, for coming up, joining us today, kind of talking a little bit about James and kind of about the Warrior Wrestling programs. And I know I've talked with Coach House. He said it's amazing with the two of you. He can always go to you for advice whenever he needs it. And he said between the two of you, you guys make up 25 years of Warrior Wrestling. Yeah. And he said hopefully we'll get a couple more years in there as well.
Yep. I mean, I'm pleased that James has been here for that long and kept it going. And this program started in 1968. And up until 2000 and 2000 and probably 4, we still had the mat that we were using, and we're practicing on it every day. So, I mean, there hasn't been that many coaches, and it's Jeff Hall was another great coach that was here that really kind of got things rolling in the right direction. And, James Sneed before me, I think he replaced Jeff Hall. So there hasn't been a lot of coaches, so it's special to know that James thinks that way, and it's always nice. Makes me feel good, like I'm not been put out to pasture yet when he calls me up and says, "What do you think of this?" So that's fun, and his enthusiasm's great. I love it, and I love that he has such a passion for the sport, and he gives that passion back to our kids. So.
All right. Well, again, thank you, and we'll get back to more Albany Invitational Wrestling here on Albany TV. We'll take a quick timeout. We'll let you keep watching, and we'll be back with more in a moment.
No job is too big or too small for the professionals at Raymond Smith Body Shop in Albany. With over 100 years of combined experience with auto body, they offer the reliability and prompt service by using the latest in technology to get your vehicle back on the road. Raymond Smith Body Shop is also a complete wrecker service as well as glass repair and body work. Plus, they work with all insurance companies. They're prepared to get you in and out and back on the road. See them today on Highway 136 East in Albany. Raymond Smith Body Shop. They're there to serve you.
Guys, Valentine's Day is in 11 days. I repeat, Valentine's Day is in 11 days. Thankfully, Briar Patch Flowers and Gifts on the west side of the square in Albany is here to help you out. The Briar Patch can help you look good this Valentine's Day with fresh flower arrangements, candy bouquets, green plants, customized cups, and so much more. You still have time, so call Marilyn at the Briar Patch on the west side of the square in Albany at 660-726-4170 so she can help you navigate Valentine's Day. Whether you are hungry for a burger, steak, fish, Mexican, or fresh salad bar, Papa's Family Restaurant in Albany has it all. Papa's also has daily lunch specials with the lunch buffet on Wednesdays. Make sure you leave room for dessert though, because you shouldn't leave without trying some of Christie's homemade pies, cookies, or other goodies. For a delicious meal at a great price and an even better atmosphere, you have to head to Papa's Family Restaurant on 136 in Albany.
And welcome back out again here to Albany. We again thank Coach Stickle for joining us, kind of giving us, talking a little bit about James Lee Booher as We sit here on the left mat at 175. It's Lonzo Johnson from Lincoln against Justin Johns of South Harrison at 175. Over on the right mat, let's see, I believe we are at 175 as well, I believe. Actually, it looks like we are at 157 with Gage Snodgrass of Benton and Philip Fagan of Lincoln at 157 over on the right mat. So a minute left here in the opening period on the left mat, still scoreless. Between Lonzo Johnson and Justin Johns.
So we got a timeout on the right mat. I believe we have some blood or something, so we'll show just the left mat while they get that cleaned up. So still cleaning up some blood on the right mat, so just going to stay on the left mat until they get that cleaned up.
Again, at the moment, it's Lonzo Johnson with the 2-0 lead over Justin Johns of South Harrison. And 2 points awarded here to Johnson for the reversal. He takes a 4-0 lead. 30 seconds here in the second quarter. Justin Johns fighting. And we'll get the 2 points here on the reversal. And then 2 more points awarded here to Johnson on the reversal, trying to look for the pin. And we'll get the pin here in 3 minutes and 4 seconds.
So they resume on the right mat between Gage Snodgrass and Philip Fagan. 10 seconds left here in the second period. And we're in a 3-3 tie.
We'll move over to the left mat. It'll be Cal McFarland against Holden JV's Tyler Stewart, starting on the left mat. And they are wrestling at 190. .20 seconds in here on the left mat, still scoreless.
And Snodgrass able to get an escape point, so he takes a 4-3 lead with just under a minute and a half left here in the final period.
2 points awarded here to McFarland with 1:05 left here in the opening period. as he wrestles against Tyler Stewart of Holden.
Minute left here on the right mat. Still a 4-3 lead for Gage Snodgrass.
Cal McFarland will get Stewart onto his back, looking for the pin. He has 20 seconds left here in the first period to finish him off. Stewart, though, able to get out of it, but 3 back points awarded here to McFarland with 10 seconds left here in the period.
So now with under 20 seconds left here, Fagan's got to move pretty quickly.
They will end the first period with a 5-0 lead for McFarland over on the left mat.
Well, actually, it's a 4-4 tie. Fagan gets a point, so we may have to go into some extra time. But 2 takedown points for Snodgrass with 4 seconds left. And that's going to get him the win. So Gage Snodgrass gets the 6-4 decision win over Philip Fagan at 1:57.
And I believe over on the right mat now, they will go to 150. It'll be Zane Rippey. Actually, I take that back. That's Nathan Wiles. That is wrestling for the Warriors. And he will wrestle against Mikey Hobson of Savannah at 175. As McFarland will get some more back points here, gets the pin in 2 minutes, 40 seconds.
.30 seconds gone in this first period. No points yet. But Hobson may be close to getting a takedown if he can finish, if he can get Wiles down.
Over on the left mat at 190, we'll have another matchup in the Grand River Conference between Tyler Tustison of Gallatin and Caleb Baker of South Harrison.
And Hobson does get it 2 points, so he takes a 2-0 lead.
Savannah, Kinnaman, Holden, please report to the bullpen.
.30 seconds in, still no points awarded here between Tustison and Baker. And now Tustison will pick up 2 points.
2 reversal points for Andrew Wiles to tie it up with 15 seconds left in the first period.
And Tustison will be awarded 3 back points here for Gallatin as well, as he leads 5-0 over South Harrison's Baker.
And that ends the first period with a 2-2 lead between Andrew Wiles of Albany and Mikey Hobson.
Being awarded a point for the escape. Here is Baker, making it a 5-1 lead in favor of Gallatin's Tustison. With 30 seconds left here. 2 takedown points awarded here to Gallatin, making it a 7-1 lead. And we'll get 3 more back points awarded as well, making it a 10-1 lead with 10 seconds left here in this opening period. And we'll get 2 more points on the back points awarded, making it a 12-1 Gallatin lead here for Tustison going into the second period.
So a point to Andrew Wiles, I believe, for a headlock. So he'll take a 3-2 lead with a minute 32 left in the second period. And another point for Wiles. Another infraction by Mikey Hobson. So some self-inflicted wounds here as Andrew Wiles takes a 4-2 lead.
Tuttenson gets 2 points for the reversal and gets the pin in 2 minutes 14 seconds. Now on the left mat, we'll go to 2:15. It'll be Tristan Chadwick of Savannah and Jace Kinnaman of Holden.
.45 seconds left in the second period here on the right mat. Wiles still holding that 4-2 lead.
So we have a little bit of weight going on here on the left mat. Let's go show you everything here on the right. Looked like they were waiting on the coach for Savannah. Start on the left mat.
And Andrew Wiles gets the pin in a minute 49 into the second period.
Now we'll go over, show you both mats again here as they're started here between Chadwick and Kinnaman. Over on the left mat. I believe we'll go to
106 and 113, please report. 106 and 113.
We'll go to 190 now on the right mat. As on the right mat, it will be Bryce Martin of Albany going against Peyton Hubbard of Benton. .40 seconds in here on the left mat. Still scoreless between Chadwick and Kinnaman.
And Bryce Martin, 2 quick takedown points. 15 seconds into the first period. Takes a quick 2-0 lead. And they'll leave the circle and come back. Resume with a minute 25 left.
45 seconds left in the first period. Neither Chadwick or Kinnaman really gotten the points. As now I say that, Tristan Chadwick gets 2 points as he'll take a 2-point lead for the takedown. Nothing lead here for Tristan Chadwick of Savannah as they go to the second period on the left mat.
And 2 reversal points for Bryce Martin, but Peyton Hubbard's going to pick up 3 back points.
I think the reversal points went to Hubbard as well there.
Okay, so yeah, you're right. 5-2 for Peyton Hubbard.
Now Martin gets the 2 reversal points as they start here on the second period here on the left mat. .30 seconds left here in the second period. Chadwick, Kinnaman kind of feeling each other out.
And that ends the first period. Hubbard holding on to a 5-4 lead as we enter the second period.
2 takedown points here for Kinnaman of Holden. And trying to pick up the escape point here is Chadwick. And he will, making it a 3-2 lead for Savannah with a minute left here in the second period.
So second period begins over here on the right mat.
.30 seconds left here in the second period. It's a 3-2 lead in favor of Tristan Chadwick of Savannah.
And one escape point for Martin ties this match on the right mat up at 5.
.10 seconds left here in the second period. Savannah's Chadwick with the 3-2 lead. And they will go to the third period with that 3-2 advantage for Chadwick.
So they, over here on the right, they lead the circle with a minute 2 left, and they'll resume still locked up at 5 points each.
Jace Kinnaman will start in the down position here to start the third period.
So 2 takedown points for Hubbard, but they lead the circle. And if they didn't, Bryce Martin was going to be in some trouble there. So, but Peyton Hubbard takes a 7-5 lead with 32 seconds left.
Coming up with a 2-point reversal here is Jace Kinnaman to take a 4-3 lead 55 seconds into the third period.
Bryce Martin able to pick up an escape point. 15 seconds left here in the second period.
Down to 50 seconds left here in the third period. Kinnaman looking for some back points, will be awarded 2 as he now takes a 6-3 advantage.
And that ends the second period here on the right mat. Peyton Hubbard leading Bryce Martin 7-6.
30 seconds remain here in the third period. It's a 6-3 advantage here for Jace Kinnaman of Holden over Tristan Chadwick of Savannah. Down to 10 seconds left here in the third period. And coming away with the 6-3 victory here is Jace Kinnaman of Holden.
And 2 takedown points here for Peyton Hubbard, so he extends his lead to 9-6. But 1 escape point now for Bryce Martin.
So as we wait on the second round to start on the left mat, we'll show you right mat action.
Now we're down to a minute left. So 2 more takedown points for Peyton Hubbard. An escape for Bryce Martin. Scoreboard says 9-8, but I believe Hubbard is up 11-8. I think he missing 2 points. Yeah, they get that corrected. So Bryce Martin has got to be aggressive here, try and get this win.
We'll start second round action over on the left mat. It'll be Eli Sperry of Gallatin going up against Orrin Ellis of Albany at 106. So 190 opening round action on the right mat. 106 round 2 action going on the left mat. Two Albany wrestlers battling it out here on each mat.
Down to 5 seconds left here on the right. And that will end it, and it's Peyton Hubbard able to get the 13-8 decision over Bryce Martin.
It's a 2-point lead here for Eli Sperry of Gallatin.
120 to the bullpen, 120.
It's two freshmen going at it over on the left mat. Looks like it's Sammy Moore of Kansas City versus Sean Reistern of Warsaw on the right mat. At 113. At the moment, it's a 3-2 lead for Orrin Ellis over Eli Sperry on the left mat now. Actually, I take that back. It's a 5-0 lead for Sperry as he'll get the pin in a minute 32. And it looks like it'll be Keegan Wheeler of Tarkio. Actually, I think it's Keegan Wheeler of Tarkio and Martins Thurston of Lafayette over on the right mat. Over on the left mat, it's Sammy Moore, Sean Reistern of Kansas City SA and Warsaw. Actually, I think that might have actually been at 106. The Kemper Gehring of Benton and Jace Estes of Warsaw, as Estes comes away with the victory. It's a 2-0 lead here for Sammy Moore on the left mat.
I think on the right, it's Grayson Tiemann of Holden and Evan Gregory of Stanberry at 113, I believe.
.50 seconds left here in the opening round on the left mat. It's a 2-0 lead here for Moore.
And Grayson Thiemann gets the pin over Evan Gregory in 36 seconds.
Over on the right mat, we're going to go to 120. It'll be Dawson Handgartner of Lafayette against Donovan Campbell of Warsaw. 113, it's a 4-1 lead in favor of Sammy Moore, Rashawn Reistern. 1:45 left here in the second period. It's a 4-1 lead for Sammy Moore. Or Samir, sorry. Samir Moore.
2 takedown points for Dawson Handgartner on this match between Handgartner of Lafayette and Donovan Campbell of Warsaw.
Moore picks up 2 points. Going to be awarded some back points. He'll pick up 2 more of those as he'll take an 8-1 lead with 1:07 left here in the second period. And I think we're going to have a blood timeout here. So after a blood timeout on the left, we'll go to right mat action.
.15 left here in the first period. Handgartner with a 2-0 lead. And that will end the first period. And that 2-0 lead for Dawson Handgartner will hold as we enter the second period.
Still under a blood timeout over on the left mat at 1:13. Samir Moore leading 8-1 with 1:07 left in the second period over Sean Reisterston of Warsaw.
Now Dawson Handgartner able to get a reversal there. And it's actually Donovan Campbell, I believe.
2 points on the reversal.
Ties up at 2-2, but he's looking for a pin.
We'll go back to showing both mats here as they're getting ready to restart out of the blood timeout over on the left mat. Moore in the up position.
Minute left here in the second period, and Handgartner trying to work on that pin. He does get 3 back points, but Handgartner able to get up here.
Reinertson gets a escape point. Moore with an 8-2 lead. With 30 seconds remaining here in this second period at 1:13. And Moore will get 2 more takedown points to take a 10-2 lead. 10 seconds left here in the second period.
And that will end things in the second period over here on the right mat.
And we'll end the second period over on the left mat with a 10-2 lead here for Samir Moore.
We have an 8-2 lead on the right mat in favor of Donovan Campbell.
Moore for Sumner Academy gets 2 more takedown points. Should be a 12-2 lead. Now an escape point here from Reinerston and Warsaw.
Hangartner able to pick up 2 points to make this an 8-4 deficit he faces.
And now awarded 2 takedown points as well. With 1:05 left here in the third period, it's a 10-5 lead here for Moore. And Moore now will get 2 takedown points.
2 back points for Hangartner.
On the reversal.
And now 2 reversal. Or yeah, he gets the 2 points for the reversal.
30 seconds left here in the third period. It's a 12-5 lead here for Samir Moore. As one point awarded here to Reinerstein of Warsaw with 5.8 left here in the third period. Actually, I think they're going to put 10 seconds back on the clock.
And now we'll end things over here on the right mat.
They're going to leave it at 5.8 seconds left here in the third period.
It's going to be Donovan Campbell picking up the 13-6 decision win over Dawson Hangartner.
And it will be a 12-6 lead here for Samir Moore at 1:13 here for Sumner Academy. We will stay at 1:13 on the left mat, as it'll be Keegan Wheeler of East Atchison going against Martez Thurston of Lafayette. So Wheeler and Thurston going at it here between East Atchison and Lafayette on the left mat at 1:13.
I believe on the right mat it was A.J. Polanski picking up a win over Maddox Seibert. I believe that's what we just saw there. It's a first round pin.
It's a 2-0 lead here for Thurston of Lafayette over Wheeler of East Atchison. It'll be Cooper Berry, Chance McGee going at it over on the right mat. At 1:20. Still a 2-0 lead here for Lafayette's Thurston. I'll leave the mat. They'll come back to center here.
So 2-1 lead here for Cooper Berry over Chance McGee.
Another matchup in the GRC between Maysville and Polo.
2 more points for Berry for a takedown.
And 2 traditional powerhouses in the GRC wrestling also on the right mat. 26 seconds remain here in the opening period on the left mat at 1:13. Lafayette's Thurston will start in the up position here after they leave the circle.
2 more back points for Cooper Berry.
And at the end of the first period, Lafayette Thuston takes a 2-0 lead over Keegan Wheeler of East Atchison. Start the second period.
And that ends the first period. 3 more back points for Cooper Berry, and it's a 9-1 lead for him over Chance McGee Apollo.
One 20 seconds left here in this second period. A 2-0 lead.
2 more takedown points for Cooper Berry. So 11-1 here.
They will go out of the circle, come back to center.
3 back points for Cooper Berry, and he extends that lead to 14-1.
And 2 takedown points going to be awarded here to Lafayette's Martrez Thuston over Keegan Wheeler of East Atchison as Berry gets the pin.
.132 report, 132.
Thuston will get some back points here. Be awaiting 3 back points. And we'll pick him up as he'll take now a 7-0 lead with 30 seconds left here in the second period. On the right mat, I think we're going to go to 126. It'll be Austin Holt-Apollo against Kane Rose of Benton. I believe is where we'll go on the right mat. And as the second period ends, another 3 back points awarded here to Martrez Thuston of Lafayette. This will take a 10-0 lead going into the third period.
So still waiting for the right mat to begin, so just stay on the left mat until this match gets started.
I believe they're waiting on the wrestler from Holden. Or from Benton, sorry. And Kane Rose. They'll escape the circle, have to come back here. It's a 9-0 lead with 1:41 left here in the third period from Martrez Thuston.
So we'll get started here on the right mat between Kane Rose and Austin Holt.
They're going to check on the score here. And it's going to be a 12-0 lead here for Martrez Thuston of Lafayette. .30 seconds here into the third period. Lafayette with a 12-0 lead over East Atchison on the left mat.
.51 seconds gone or left here in the first period on the right mat. No points yet for either wrestler.
We're underneath a minute left here in the third period over on the left mat. It's a 12-0 lead here for Thuston Lafayette over Wheeler of East Atchison. Dustin trying to get Wheeler onto his back. Wheeler avoiding the back points here as he tries to escape. And now we'll start to get some back points here.
And just before Rose can get the pin, the round ends.
And Dustin will pick up the 15-0 major decision win with 4.4 seconds left in the third period over Keegan Wheeler of Tarkio.
So Kane Rose goes into the second period with a 5-0 lead over Austin Holt of Polo.
Over on the left, Matt will go to 120. It'll be Dalen Green of Holden going against Xavier Sepasai of Kansas City Sumner. As we wait for the mat to begin over on the left mat. It'll be Dalen Green, Xavier Sepasai of Sumner Academy.
They'll lead the circle on the right mat and come back with a 9-2 lead here in favor of Kane Rose.
2 points going to be awarded here to Green for the takedown. He leads 4-0 with 1:11 left here in this first period. Now 2 more back points awarded here to Green as he leads 6-1 over Sepasai of Kansas City Sumner. Dangerous position. They'll come back to center here.
And Kane Rose able to pick up the pin over Austin Holt in 1:39 into the second period.
And Green will get Sepasai onto his back. And we'll pick up some back points here. Gets 3 back points awarded. Takes a 9-1 lead. Leave over on the right mat. We'll go to Cash Henke and Michael Garrett at 126. It's a 12-1 lead here for Dalen Green over Sepasai over on the left mat at 120. 10 seconds left here in this opening period. 2 more back points going to be awarded to Green. And to end the period, we get 2 more back points, leading 14-1. They'll start neutral to start the second period. Actually, I take that back. It was Sumner that deferred. Dalen Green will choose the down position here for Holden.
.50 seconds left here in the first period on the right mat. No points for either wrestler. As I say that, though, it's going to be Cash Henke with 2 takedown points.
And they'll give the escape point here to Holden. I think we're going to have a discussion here. Because I believe it should be right now a major decision 16-1 victory. Okay, so they're going to bring it back here to start the second period. It was a 15-1 lead in favor of Dalen Green of Holden over on the left mat. 14 to 1 lead.
So on the right, Matt, they'll come back to center with 10.4 seconds left, and it's Cash Hankey with a 2-0 lead.
So after they get everything back to square here to start the second period on the left, Matt will start. They will start neutral.
That ends the first period over here on the right, Matt. Still a 2-0 lead in favor of Hankey.
Two takedown points awarded here to Green. He will take the 16-1 major decision win. Just took an extra 12 seconds into the second period. At 120, now we'll move to 126 over on the left, Matt. As it'll be Cameron Martin of Albany going up against Hunter Gilreath of Maysville. So another GRC matchup over on the left, Matt, between Albany and Maysville.
Two points for Michael Garrett. That ties up the score. The 2 points for a reversal right back to Cash Hankey, so it's back to 4-2.
Two takedown points going to be awarded here to Gilreath of Maysville. So he'll take a 2-0 lead. Now looking to get some back points as well. 3 points awarded, making it a 5-0 lead here for Hunter Gilreath over Cameron Martin. Under a minute left here in this opening period. Gilreath momentarily gets Martin onto his back as he rolls off. 30 seconds left here in the opening period.
And that ends the second period over here on the right, Matt.
.15 seconds remain. It's a 5-0 lead, and a pin going to occur in 148 here for Hunter Gilreath of Maysville.
And it's Cash Hankey with a 6-2 lead over Michael Garrett. Garrett picks up 2 points, though, to make it 6-4.
We'll move to 132 now on the left, Matt. It'll be Owen Weathered of BRC against Trevor Akins of Albany. From Belleville, Republic County of Kansas. Two takedown points awarded here to Owen Weatherhead. And 2 back points awarded as well. And she'll take a 4-0 lead here over Akins.
And it's Cash Hankey picking up the pin over Michael Garrett. 1:15 left in the final period. Or gone in the third period.
A minute left here in the opening period. It's a 4-0 lead for Weatherhead over Akins at 132. And now 3 back points awarded, making it a 7-0 lead for Weatherhead over Akins at 132 with 35 seconds remaining here in the opening period.
So I believe on the right mat, we're going to Noah DeHart and Brian Justice.
And the pin
Bryson.
will occur at 135 on the left mat.
Bryson Justice, my mistake.
With Weatherhead getting the win.
Noah DeHart from Lafayette JV and Bryson Justice from Maysville.
Over on the left mat, we'll go to Aiden Baker Polo against Jace Harms of Maysville JV.
$144 to the bullpen. 144.
Two takedown points here awarded to Aiden Baker. Went left center. They'll come back inside as stays on a 2-0 lead here for Aiden Baker Polo. Baker going to get some back points here against Harms. Looking for the pin and gets it in 106.
And the first period ends here on the right mat, and it's Bryson Justice with a 2-0 lead over Noah DeHart.
Over on the left mat now. We'll go to 138. It'll be Peyton Hume of Stanberry against Laramie Fenimore of Gallatin. And you can keep up with your favorite wrestlers today by following along with the Albany's James Lee Booher Memorial Invitational Tournament through trackwrestling.com to keep up with each bracket and your favorite wrestler or favorite team. So at 138, it's Peyton Hume of Stanberry, Laramie Fenimore of Gallatin over on the left mat in a GRC bout.
And Bryson Justice able to pick up the pin over Noah DeHart in a minute 12 into the second period.
Hume gets 2 takedown points here for Stanberry. Not only a GRC bout, but a battle of the Bulldogs between Stanberry and Gallatin. A minute left here in the first period, and a 2-0 lead. Be a matchup between Belleville Republic against Holden, between Ethan Ines and Cale Thyron at 138 over on the right mat. It's a 2-1 lead here for Peyton Hume over Fenimore. 30 seconds left here in the opening period on the left mat. And getting the 2-point takedown now is Fenimore to take a 3-2 lead. Five seconds remain here in the opening round on the left mat. We'll go to the second period with Gallatin leading 3-2.
And 2 takedown points for Cale Tryon. .50 seconds left here in the first period, and it's Tryon holding a 2-0 lead for Ethan Ines.
Peyton Hume will be in the down position here on the left mat to start the second period, down 3-2. Now 30 seconds into this second period, a 3-2 lead. Here still for Laramie Fenimore at Gallatin. Over Peyton Hume of Stanberry, they'll leave and have to come back to the center circle.
And that ends the first period. That's Tryon holding a 2-0 lead still over Ethan Ines.
Trying to escape here is Peyton Hume of Stanberry. As Fenimore now gets him onto his back. They'll leave the circle. But Laramie Fenimore will pick up 3 points, making it a 6-2 lead. With 55 seconds left here in the second period.
And Cale Tryon has picked up 3 more points. So he's up to 5-0 over Ethan Ines. One escape point for Ines, so it's 5-1 now. He gets his first point of the match.
.20 seconds left here in the second period. Fenimore leading 6-2 over Hume. And this battle of 2 GRC teams in Gallatin and Stanberry on the left mat.
So they'll come back to the center of the circle with 38 seconds left.
They will end the second period, a 6-2 lead here for Laramie Fenimore at Gallatin over Peyton Hume of Stanberry. They will start in the neutral position. Two takedown points awarded here to Fenimore.
And that ends the second period. It's Cale Tryon holding a 5-1 lead over Ethan Ines.
.115 left here in the third period. 8-2 lead here for Fenimore. Going to get some back points here against Hume, looking for the pin. Peyton Hume doing a good job of keeping away from the pin here. 3 back points will be awarded here to Fenimore. 34 seconds left here in the third period. Right now sits at an 8-2 lead for Fenimore, but again waiting 3 back points.
50 seconds left here in the second period. It's an 8-4 lead here for Cale Tryon.
Now will be awarded the 3 back points, making an 11-2 lead here for Fenimore with 10 seconds left here in the third period. An escape point awarded here to Peyton Hume. 4 seconds left here in the third. And that'll do it as Laramie Fenimore comes away with an 11-3 decision win over Peyton Hume at 138.
Now Ines has closed the gap a little bit. He's got this deficit to 8-5. With 10 seconds left here in the third period. So he's got to move fast.
We'll go to 144 now on the left mat. That's Lincoln Murray of East Atchison against Dalton Cottrell of Polo over on the left mat.
And that ends the third round here, and it's going to be Cale Tryon with an 8-5 decision win over Ethan Ines. And now we're going to move to Draken Bennett and Cohen Walton over here on the right mat.
Over on the left mat, no points yet awarded here, 20 seconds in. At 144 between Lincoln Murray and Dalton Cottrell of East Atchison and Polo. Still no points yet awarded, almost a minute in here to the first period. At 144 on the left mat. Cottrell and Murray.
2 takedown points for Drake and Bennett.
Both going at it here on the left mat hard. Neither one yet can get a point. And Cottrell is going to get the 2 takedown points here. 20 seconds left here in the first period. Did a potentially dangerous position. Dalton Cottrell going to get some back points here. And that will do it for the first period. 2 back points awarded here to Dalton Cottrell. He'll take a 4-0 lead going into the second period for Polo.
And over on the right mat, we just finished up the first period between Cohen Walton and Drake and Bennett, and it's Drake and Bennett with a 2-0 lead.
Starting the second period, it's Lincoln Murray that started in the down position for East Atchison.
2 quick takedown points for Bennett. So he's up to a 4-0 lead now.
Cottrell looking for some back points, and the pin gets the pin in 2 minutes and 13 seconds.
Two more points for Drake and Bennett, and he's up to a 6-0 lead here. He's trying to get this pin, but Walton doing a good job of not staying on his back for very long.
Waiting here to see who will start on the left mat next. So I'll show you the action on the right mat.
put some time back on the scoreboard here on the right mat. Clock never did stop. I think we're going to go to 40 seconds, I believe. Yeah, they're going to put 40 seconds back on the board.
Looks like we'll be at 144 on the left mat between Tony Tercero of South Harrison and Zach Griffith of Maysville. Another GRC bout going on in the left mat here for South Harrison and Maysville. Tercero and Griffith feeling each other out for the first 30 seconds here, the opening period.
And the second period ends, and it's Drake and Bennett holding on to a 4-0 lead over Cohen Walton.
Underneath the minute left now here in this opening period. Two points awarded here for Tercero South Harrison. Take a 2-0 lead, 40 seconds left in the opening period. Seconds remain. As looking for the escape point here is Zach Griffith. And he will pick up the escape point, making it a 2-1 lead here for South Harrison with 12 seconds left in the opening period. And they'll end the first period at 2-1 lead here for South Harrison's Tercero.
A couple more points for Drake and Bennett. He's up to an 8-0 lead here with 37 seconds to go in the final period. And 3 more points now for Bennett. So it's 11-0 lead for him.
Tercero gets 2 points on the reversal. Going to be awarded 3 back points that he's awaiting. Sits right now at a 4-1 lead here for Tercero. And still awaiting those 3 back points.
And that ends the third and final period over here on the right mat. It's going to be Drake and Bennett picking up 11-0 decision victory over Cohen Walton.
Adam Crone of Bellevue Republic County against Hudson Carl Warsaw starting on the right mat. At 1:44. 42 seconds remain in the second period. It's a 7-1 lead here for Tercero South Harrison over Zach Griffith of Maysville on the left mat.
There's 2 takedown points for Crone and an escape for Carr.
Dangerous position. They'll come back to center here. A 7-1 lead here for South Harrison Tercero. It's about 17.5 seconds left over on the left mat.
And 2 more takedown points for Carr. Actually, take that back. It's Crone. with the 2 takedown points. So Crone leading Carr 4-1.
They will end the second period in a 7-1 lead for South Harrison's Tony Tessero over Maysville's Zach Griffith. They'll start in the neutral position to start out the third period.
So some more clock issues here on the right mat. We'll put 45 seconds on the board here in the first period. Carr awarded another point for an escape, so it's 4-2 in favor of Crone. 2 more takedown points for Crone.
.114 left here in the third period. It's a 7-1 lead here for Tony Tessero of South Harrison. Trying to get some more takedown points.
And it's going to be
the circle, come back to center.
Adam Crone getting the win in 1:56 into the first period over Hudson Carr of Warsaw.
I believe we'll move over to 150 on the right mat. It looks like it'll be Connor Carver of Holden going up against Jordan Williams of Bellevue, Republic County at 150. It's a 9-3 lead here for Tessero South Harrison as he leads over Griffith of Maysville with 15 seconds left in the third period, 9-3. One point going to be awarded here to Griffith due to the arm lock. And the hand lock there of Tessero makes it a 9-4 lead. 6 seconds left here in the third period. And that will do it for the third period as it's a 9-4 win here for Tony Tessero South Harrison over Zach Griffith of Maysville.
2 takedown points here awarded to Jordan Williams.
Over on the left mat here. Just trying to figure out exactly who's wrestling.
Couple of back points to Jordan Williams. So he extends his lead to 5-0 over Connor Carver.
So we've got a matchup here between Warsaw and Bellevue Republic Catholic going on over on the left mat. Not certain exactly at what weight class that is, though. As that one, I believe, is actually the Adam Crone Hudson Carr matchup that we thought was going over on the right mat last match. as Hudson Carr will get the pin in 1 minute and 27 seconds over Adam Crone of BRC. In that first matchup, it was Ben Rush of Benton that got the win over D'Angelo Ramirez. Over on the right mat as Williams and Carver going at it over on the right mat at 150. Now over on the left mat, you'll have Thomas Ross Apollo going against Christian Moreno of Sumner Academy.
So minute 10 left here in the second period, and it's Jordan Williams with a 5-1 lead over Connor Carver.
It's a 2-0 lead here for Polo's Thomas Ross. 24 seconds into the first period. Minute 5 left here in this first period. It's a 2-0 lead here for Ross Apollo over Moreno of Kansas City Sumner. Thirty seconds remain here in the opening period. Still a 2-0 lead as Moreno trying to get some position, but now Ross will get him on to his back. 3 back points awaiting Thomas Ross. And he'll get the pin in 1 minute 56. As Thomas Ross comes away with the pin.
So we'll start the third period here on the right mat, and it's Jordan Williams with a 5-2 lead over Connor Carver.
Over on the left mat, will stay at 150. It'll be Jeffrey Taylor of Lincoln going against Brendan Barton of Maysville. Getting the 2 takedown points here is Brendan Barton of Maysville.
And 2 points here for Connor Carver, so we've got a 5-4 match here. A nice move there for Connor Williams, and he gets the pin in 52 seconds into the third period. We'll go over to the left mat as Carver's a little slow to get up.
It's a 2-0 lead here for Barton over Taylor on the left mat. They'll leave the circle, come back to center. .105 left here in the opening period on the left mat between Barton and Taylor at 150.
So Carver's able to walk off the mat, and we're going to move to the match between Nick Bagley and Zane Rippey.
And the pin will come in 1:33 here for Maysville's Brendan Barton.
And so we'll get underway here on the right mat. It's Zane Rippey of Albany and Nick Bagley of Warsaw.
We'll move to 157 over on the left mat. It'll be Yvonne McWashington against Trent Stout of Holden. McWashington and Kansas City Sumner.
And 2 points for Bagley. And they'll come back to the circle with 1:31 in the first period.
2 points awarded here to McWashington on the takedown. 30 seconds into the first period. He leads 2-0. McWashington trying to get Stout onto his back. Does finally have him onto his back and be awaiting 3 back points. Looking for the pin though.
3 points here for Bagley, and he extends his lead to 5-0 with 45 seconds left in the first period.
Washington going to be awaiting 3 back points, trying though hard for the pin here with 19 seconds left in the first period. Gets it with 1:42. Now over on the left mat at 157, it'll be Zach Pirotek of Belleville Republic against Jared Bunton of Albany.
And that ends the first period, and it's Bagley holding on to a 5-0 lead over Zane Rippey.
So we'll have Albany wrestlers on both mats here at 150 and 157. Zane Rippey at 150 on the right, Jared Bunton at 157 on the left. Bunton will get the quick takedown and getting some back points, looking for the quick pin and gets it in 23 seconds. So up next on the left mat will be Drake Morrell of Warsaw against Seth and Wright of Holden JV.
And Bagley able to get the pin over Zane Rippey in 44 seconds into the second period.
So we'll start with Seth and Wright, Drake Morrell of Holden JV in Warsaw over on the left mat.
So I believe on the right mat we have Chris Begg of Benton JV and Pierce Roberts of Lafayette.
Over on the left mat, we've got 40 seconds left here in this first period. Looking to pick up 2 takedown points there was Drake Morrell. Seth and Wright gets the escape point, making it a 2-1 lead here for Warsaw's Morrell. Now 2 more takedown points awarded here to Drake Morrell. It's a 4-1 lead with 45 seconds left here in the first period.
Can you guys please stop walking in front of the scorer's table? Thank you.
.20 seconds left here in the opening period. Morrell with a 4-1 lead here for Warsaw. Over right of Holden JV.
And it's going to be Pierce Roberts picking up the pin over Chris Begg in 1:36 into the first period.
3 more points, back points awarded to Drake Morrell as he'll take a 7-1 lead going into the second period here on this left mat at 1:57 over Seth and Rye to Holden JV. Starting in the down position is Morrell, looking for the escape point. He'll actually turn it into a 2-point reversal, giving him a 9-1 lead.
So until we get started again here on the right mat, we will focus on the left mat.
Morrell going to be awarded some back points. Looking though for the pin as we'll move now to 165 on the right mat. It'll be Kyle Burke of Albany against Benedict Baxton, or Baxa of Republic JV. And Morrell will get the pin in 3 minutes and 16 seconds over Seth and Ryan of Holden JV at 1:57. Up next on the left mat, it'll be Ty Claypool of Polo against Gage Snodgrass of Benton over on the left mat, still at 1:57.
A couple of points here for Kyle Burke and some back points as well, so he takes a 5-0 lead.
They're going to bring back this center. As Snodgrass was able to get the takedown, but they will have to bring it back to center as they go out of bounds. .45 seconds gone here in the first period, still a 0-0 score between Gage Snodgrass, Ty Claypool.
And so that'll end the first period here on the right mat. It's Kyle Burke taking a 5-0 lead into the second period over Benedict Baxa.
Still scoreless with 40 seconds left here in the first period over on the left mat between Claypool and Snodgrass. Claypool And Snodgrass again will leave the circle, and they'll come back to center here. Still scoreless with just under 19 seconds left here in this opening period.
Kalberg does get 1 point for an escape, so he's up to 6-0 now.
And they're going to go to the second period scoreless here on the left mat at 1:57 between Ty Claypool of Polo and Gage Snodgrass of Benton. As they start the second period, Gage Snodgrass will start in the down position.
Burke was able to pick up a couple more points, so he's up to 8-0 now. With 45 seconds left here in the second period.
.35 seconds in on the second period, still scoreless between Snodgrass and Claypool.
And Kyle Burke picks up the pin. A minute 37 into the second, or the, second period.
Still scoreless with over a minute gone here in the second period. From Claypool, Apollo, and Snodgrass of Benton. I believe it'll be Cooper Fox, Apollo going up against David Silva of Sumner Academy at 165 on the right mat when they restart.
And so we're about to get started here on the right mat between Fox and Silva.
Still 5 seconds left here in the second period. Still scoreless now, and an escape point going to be awarded here to Gage Snodgrass as the period ends. He'll take a 1-0 lead going into the third period. We'll go to the third period, a 1-0 lead. Here for Gage Snodgrass over Ty Claypool. Claypool starts in the down position to start the third period of play.
2 points for Fox, 1 for Silva to make this a 2-1 match. Now 2 more points for Silva.
As Claypool escape, it's a 1-1 tie with 30 seconds gone in the third period over on the left mat. So 1:05 left here in the third period, tied at 1-1 between Claypool and Snodgrass at 1:57. .40 seconds remain here in the third period. 2 points awarded here to Ty Claypool as he takes a 3-1 lead. 15 seconds left here in the third period.
And that ends the first period over here on the right, Matt. It's David Silva taking in a 3-2 lead over Cooper Fox into the second period.
And Ty Claypool will take a 3-1 victory here over Gage Snodgrass of Benton. So up next, we'll move to 165 over on the left mat. As it'll be Sean Owens of Warsaw against Carson Simmons of Belleville, Republic County. So 2 matches at 165 going on in the mats as Simmons takes a 2-0 lead.
And David Silva will get the pin over Cooper Fox in a minute 23 or 43 seconds into the second period. So we'll move on to Caden Griffin against Xander Doolittle. Caden Griffin for Albany JV and Xander Doolittle of South Harrison.
Carson Simmons with a 4-0 lead here over Sean Owens of Warsaw. And will get the pin in 59 seconds.
.190 to the bullpen. 190 to the bullpen.
We'll move over to 175 now on the left mat. It'll be Garrett Simonson of Belleville, Republic County versus C.J. Reisneck of Holden on the left mat here at 175.
2 points for Xander Doolittle. And the two will leave the circle and come back to the center with a minute 11 left in the first period.
.20 seconds in here to the first period, still scoreless between Simonson and Reisneck of BRC and Holden.
And Xander Doolittle picks up the pin in a minute 13 into the first period over Caden Griffin of Albany JV.
Two takedown points awarded here to Simonson. They'll leave the circle, have to come back to center with 59 seconds left here in the first period. Over on the right mat, it looks like it'll be Lonzo Johnson of Lincoln against Josh Harveth of Warsaw. Sorry. So it's a 2-0 lead here for Simonson of BRC on the left mat. 50 seconds left here in this opening period. .30 seconds left in the opening period. Garrett Simonson of BRC with the lead over C.J. Reisneck, 2-0. Now going to be awarded some back points. 3 back points awarded here to Simonson, as he'll take a 5-0 lead going into the second period.
Minute 10 gone here in the first period on the right mat. Still no points awarded to either wrestler.
So they've got a problem with the scoreboard at the moment on the left mat.
We'll focus on the right until they get that figured out. 2 points here for Lonzo Johnson. First points of the match here with 10 seconds to go in the first period.
So they've got the things figured out over on the left mat. Again, it's a 5-0 lead as we start the second period.
An escape point given to Josh Horvath right as the first round ends. So Lonzo Johnson leading 2-1 over Josh Horvath as we start the second period.
Simonson started in the down position to start the second period. About had a 2-point reversal, but Reichsteck able to keep his spot. As an escape point awarded here to Garrett Simonson, giving him a 6-0 lead, 30 seconds into the second period. Both wrestlers on the left mat fighting for position for the takedown points. So far, neither with the advantage. Now Simonson does take it with the 2 back points. He leads 8-0, 45 seconds left in the second period. And we'll get the pin in 3:27. Will Garrett Simonson of BRC over CJ Reichsteck of Holden.
45 seconds left here in the second period. It's still a 2-1 lead here for Lonzo Johnson. And they'll leave the circle, come back to the center with 38.5 seconds left in the second period.
Moving over to the left mat at 175, it'll be Andrew Wiles of Albany and Jackson Perkins of Lafayette over on the left mat. Leave the circle on the left mat, come back to center.
So the second period ends, and Lonzo Johnson, as it stands now, will take a 2-1 lead into the third period.
Wiles and Perkins wrestling over on the left mat. Wiles from Albany, Perkins from Lafayette. Perkins gets the 2 takedown points. .45 seconds into the match.
So one more point here given to Johnson as he extends his lead to 3-1.
Perkins trying to get Wiles onto his back, now does, looking to pick up some back points. And the pin will occur in 1 minute, 23 seconds as Perkins comes up with the win over Andrew Wiles of Albany. Next on the left mat, we'll go to 190. I believe.
.45 seconds left here in the third period between Josh Horvath and Lonzo Johnson. It's a 3-1 lead for Lonzo Johnson.
So we'll focus on the right mat while we wait on the next wrestler here on the left mat. Actually, we'll keep it on both mats right away as Ryan Beavers of BRC will go up against Peyton Hubbard of Benton.
.10 seconds left here. Lonzo Johnson, if he can not let Horvath take him down, he'll come away with the win. And he's able to do so.
2 points awarded here to Ryan Beavers. 30 seconds in here to the match.
So it's a 3-1 decision win over, for Lonzo Johnson over Josh Horvath. Harvath, I should say. I've been saying Horvath the whole time. Sorry about that.
I think you'll stay at 175 over on the right mat, I believe. As it'll be Jaden Gleiss of Savannah JV against Logan Botcher of Gallatin. 190 here. It's Ryan Beavers with a 2-0 lead here over Peyton Hubbard of Benton with a minute left here in the first period as Beavers looking for the pin.
2 quick takedown points for Logan Botcher.
And we'll get the pin in 101. Or sorry, 109. So staying at 190 on the left mat, we'll go to Cal McFarland of North Andrew against Hunter Harris of Polo.
3 more points for Botcher as he takes a 5-0 lead.
It's another GRC bout over on the left mat between North Andrew and Polo.
And now 3 more points for Botcher.
Seconds of the match, still scoreless over on the left mat between McFarland and Harris.
And Botcher picks up the pin in 1:22 over Jaden Gleiss.
Report, 2:15.
They'll leave the center, they'll leave the circle, come back to center on the left mat. Still scoreless with 1:07 left here in the opening period between McFarland and Harris.
So I think now on the right mat we're going to move to Max Heinz of Maysville versus Joseph Powell of Holden.
That match another at 190. Three Grand River Conference wrestlers wrestling between the two mats at the moment. Still looking for the first points of the match over on the left mat between McFarland and Harris. With 25 seconds left here in the first period. They're going to get a hand clasp there by McFarland. So Hunter Harris will get the point.
2 points for Heinz and looking for a pin now.
They're going to have a blood timeout, I believe, on the left mat, so we'll go to the right mat.
And it's Max Heinz trying to finish off this pin over Joseph Powell. And he gets it in 1:11. So that's a pin for Max Heinz. And I think now we're at 2:15. I think it's Craig Coffey of South Harrison versus Colton Davis of Benton JV. I believe that's what we're at now at 2:15.
So they'll start back wrestling here on the left mat following the blood timeout here between McFarland and Harris. And it's a 1-0 lead for Hunter Harris over Cal McFarland as they go to the second period.
2 points for Craig Coffey. First points of the match for either wrestler.
We'll start in neutral here on the left mat and start the second period. Harris going to be awarded 2 takedown points. He'll lead 3-0.
And it's Craig Coffey with the pin in 1:10 over Colton Davis.
And the pin will occur here for Hunter Harris as he'll get the win over Cal McFarland in the second period.
So over on the right mat, it's going to be Zane Wenger of Maysville taking on Gable Kraus of Polo.
Over on the left mat will be Mason Allday of Lafayette and Tyler Tustison of Gallatin. Still at 190 over on the left mat. 215 on the right. And 2 takedown points going to be awarded here to Mason Allday.
Report 285. .106 also report. 106 to start round 3.
Getting the 2-point reversal here is Tyler Tustison. As they're tied 2-2, a minute left here in the first period.
2 points for Wenger. First points of the match for either wrestler.
Seconds left here in this opening period. Tied at 2-2 on the left mat. Trying to get Allday onto his back. Allday will take the 2-point reversal.
And Wenger gets the pin over Gable Kraus.
And the pin will occur in 1:44 here for Mason Allday.
I think the next match on the right mat is going to be Jace Kinnaman of Holden and Jason Blue of Benton. I believe that's where we're at.
So now over on the left mat here at 215 will be Brian Baxter of BRC and Isaac Bell of Holden JV at 215. A minute gone here in the opening period, still scoreless on the left mat.
Over on the right, it's Jason Blue with a 2-0 lead over Jace Kinnaman.
2 points awarded here to Brian Baxter on the takedown.
And that'll do it for the first period. Over on the right mat, still a 2-0 lead for Jace Kinnaman. Jason
And
Blue, sorry.
Brian Baxter will get the pin in 1 minute and 47 seconds.
So actually, no, Blue is able to get 2 points before the round ended, so it's a 4-0 lead for Jason Blue over Jace Kinnaman.
We will go to 285 on the left mat. It'll be Tyler Covey-Apollo going up against Kevin Machado of Benton. Seconds in. Still no points awarded here between Machado and Covey at 285. They'll leave the circle, come back to center. And picking up 2 takedown points here is Kevin Machado of Benton with a minute left here in the opening period. It's a 2-0 lead. Seconds left in the opening period, a 2-0 lead for Machado over Covey on the left mat at 285.
And that'll end the second round over here on the right mat. So they're going to correct the score. It should be 5-0 in favor of Jason Blue over Jace Kinnaman.
And that will do it for the end of the first period. It's a 2-0 lead for Machado of Benton over Covey Apollo. As they'll start the second period, Machado in the down position. They will leave center as Machado will get the escape point and now leads 3-0.
Down to a minute left in this third period. Actually, a minute and 1 second as they leave the circle, and we'll come back to the center.
2 takedown points awarded here to Machado as he'll lead 5-0. 30 seconds gone here in the second period. Machado with a 5-0 lead. 50 seconds gone here in the second period. Looking for the pin. And will be awarded 3 back points as it'll be an 8-0 lead as there's a minute left here in the second period. Covey in the down position as they start. Machado again going to get some back points. And we'll get the pin in 3 minutes and 13 seconds.
And we're going to have a timeout on the right mat. Go ahead and focus on the left mat. It's Jace Kinnaman that's a little shaken up, it looks like.
So Machado will pick up the pinfall win for Benton.
He's able to get up, so we'll go ahead and resume. 5.8 seconds left in the third period.
So now we'll go over to the left mat.
113, report to the bullpen. 113.
And that'll do it for the third period. It's going to be Jason Blue picking up the win over Jace Kinnaman in a decision win.
So on the left mat, we will go to 106. It'll be Eli Sperry of Gallatin versus Remington Miller of Albany. And another Grand River Conference bout over on the left mat. I believe over on the right mat, it'll be Ruger Johnson of South Harrison and Aiden Polanski of BRC at 285. Sperry will get 2 takedown points here for Gallatin over on the left mat. Now Sperry getting some back points here against Miller. He's got 3 awaiting him. 45 seconds left in the opening period.
2 points for Ruger Johnson. First points out of the match.
Sperry takes a 5-0 lead. And again gets Miller onto his back. And 3 more back points awarded here to Speary as he'll take an 8-0 lead with 15 seconds left in the match, or here in the opening period.
And Ruger Johnson gets the pin in 1:32. He gets the win over Aiden Polanski.
And 3 more back points awarded to Speary as he'll take an 11-0 lead going into the second period here against Remington Miller.
So coming up next on the right mat will be Joel Knowles of Savannah and Connor Watkins of Maysville.
Last match at 285. Two reversal points here to Speary of Gallatin. So he'll take a 13-0 lead. Now looking to get some back points.
Two takedown points for Connor Watkins.
1:15 left here in the second period. A 13-0 lead for Speary. I believe he has 3 back points awaiting him.
And Watkins able to get the pin in 1:07.
And we'll get the pin at 3 minutes exactly here for Eli Speary of Gallatin at 1:06. Now at 1:06, we'll stay over on the left mat. It'll be Vincent Smithson of Stanberry going up against Jace Estes of Warsaw.
$120 to the bullpen. 120.
So I believe wrestling at 113 over on the right mat is more of. Actually, it's a Thiemann of Holden and Jones of Lincoln at 113 on the right mat. It's a quick 2-0 lead here for Estes of Warsaw. 30 seconds into the match over Smithson on the takedown.
There's 2 takedown points for Tyler Jones.
And Estes will get the pin in 46 seconds. So moving over to 113 on the left mat, it'll be
126 report. 126.
Martrez Thuston of Lafayette against Samir Moore of Kansas City Sumner.
And Jones and Thiemann will leave the circle, have to come back with 37.6 seconds left, and it's Tyler Jones with a 2-0 lead here in the first period.
It's a 2-0 lead here for Thuston. Or sorry, it's still 0-0 here over on the left mat. Seconds into the match over on the left mat between Moore and Thuston, still scoreless in the opening period.
And that will end the first period. It's Tyler Jones taking in a 2-0 lead over Grayson Thiemann into the second period.
2 points awarded here to Moore a minute into the first period. Over on the left mat at 113.
We have a headgear issue on the right, so until that gets fixed, we'll focus on the left mat.
Seconds left here in this first period. Thurston Lafayette trying to escape. Moore will let him.
So it looks like we're ready to resume over on the right mat.
So it's a 2-1 lead here for Samir Moore of Kansas City Sumner at 113. With 10 seconds left here in the opening period. And they will end the first period with Moore leading 2-1. They'll start the second period with Martrez Thuston down in the down position. And Thuston going to get the 2 points for the reversal and takes a 3-2 lead here 10 seconds into the second period.
It's a 4-0 lead here for Jones with a minute 30 left in the second period.
Thuston starts in the up position here.
And 2 more points here for Jones. But 2 reversal points for Thiemann will be his first 2 of the match.
I think there's going to be a problem with the scoreboard. It should be a 3-2 lead here for Martrez Thuston over Samir Moore.
43.1 seconds left in the second period. It's Tyler Jones with a 6-2 lead over Grayson Thiemann.
So they'll get it changed as it should be a 3-2 score. They do get it right here. I think what had happened was the scorers table saw the 2 points for the takedown and then for the reversal, but it was a 2-point reversal takedown. So Martrez Thuston with a 3-2 lead as we have an injury over on the right mat, so we'll keep it here on the left. Moore trying to escape. Thuston gets him back to the mat. They'll leave the circle, come back to center. Thuston gets Moore thrown back to the mat as Moore continues to try and escape here. Trailing 3-2 with 55 seconds left here in this second period. At 1:13, again, they'll leave the circle and have to come back to center.
So it looks like we're going to resume over here in the right mat. Tyler Jones looks like he's okay to continue.
.35 seconds remain over on the left mat as Martrez Thuston with a 3-2 lead over Samir Moore of Kansas City Sumner. And now Thuston trying to get some back points here.
And that'll end the second period as Tyler Jones at the 6-2 lead over Grayson Thiemann.
They'll leave the circle. Thuston will be awarded 2 back points as he leads 5-2. With 9 seconds left here in the second period. And that'll do it for the end of the second period. It's a 5-2 lead here for Martrez Thuston of Lafayette. As we go to the third period, they'll start in neutral. .30 seconds into the third period. It's a 5-2 lead here for Lafayette's Thuston.
3 points for Thiemann, and that makes the lead just 6-5 in favor of Tyler Jones. 50 seconds left in the third period.
Thuston will get the 2 takedown points here. He's going to end up leading 7-2 with a minute left here in this third period.
Report to the bullpen. 132.
Thuston getting some back points here with 30 seconds left here in the third period. He's got 2 awaiting him. They'll leave the circle with Martrez Thuston leading 9-2 after being awarded 2 back points. 17 seconds remain here in the match.
And Tyler Jones will be able to hold on to a 6-5 decision win for Grayson Thiemann.
And it's a 9-2 win here for Martrez Thuston of Lafayette over Samir Moore, Kansas City Sumner at 113. Over on the right mat, it'll be Kansas City Sumner's Dean going up against Polo's McGee at 120 over on the right mat. Miles Dean of Sumner.
Wilkins, Albany, report to the bullpen.
And Chance McGee of Polo. Over on the left mat, it will be Sean Reinerston of Warsaw against Keegan Wheeler of Tarkio. East Atchison. Getting 2 takedown points. Here will be Reinerston of Warsaw at 113.
And 2 points for Dean as well.
And 2 more back points awarded to Reinerstein as well.
So Dean will take a 4-0 lead over McGee from Polo into the second period.
Potentially dangerous position. They'll come back to center. Rashawn Reinerstein of Warsaw leading 4-0 in the down position to start. Will be Keegan Wheeler of East Atchison. A minute left here in the first period. It's a 4-0 lead. So it looks like there was a problem here because they stopped it with a minute left here in the match.
And Dean from Kansas City Sumner will get the pin over McGee from Polo. In a minute 40 seconds into the second period.
Or they didn't get the clock going or something here. So we'll get the second period started here. It's a 4-0 lead here for Reinerstein. So in the wrestlebacks, the way they're doing it today is the first round will be 1 minute, and then the second round will be 2 minutes. So that was the mistake that we had on that first over on the left mat.
On the right mat, we have 2 Polo wrestlers going at it. Simon from Polo JV and Holt from the varsity squad.
Two points awarded here to Reinerston of Warsaw. He leads 6-0.
Well, the issue is going to be telling which one is which on this right side.
Yes.
So that ends the first period.
A minute left here in the second period. It's a 6-0 lead for Warsaw Sean Reinerstein over East Atchison's Keegan Wheeler.
I believe it's Holt with a 4-0 lead. Currently here with a minute 45 left in the second period.
And Reinerstein will come away with the pin in 2 minutes and 35 seconds.
2 more points for Holt. And Holt will get the pin in 39 seconds into the second period.
138.
Going on the left mat now. We have a matchup here, I believe. We'll go all the way. So a matchup here between Lafayette and Belleville Republic County.
On the right, Matt.
Todd, North Andrew, report to the bullpen. Todd, North Andrew.
On the right, Matt, I believe we're getting ready for Tristan Flynn from Lafayette versus Aiden Baker of Polo.
So it's a 2-0 lead at the moment in favor of Lafayette.
And Tristan Flynn will get the pin over Aiden Baker in 51 seconds.
It's a 2-2 tie over on the left mat with 1:15 left in the second period. That's Sheets and Handgartner going at it at 1:20. They'll leave the circle, have to come back to center, but there are going to be 2 points awarded to Handgartner. 1 point awarded to Sheets. Makes it a 3-3 tie. With 55 seconds left here in the second period. It's going to be a 7-3 lead here for Handgartner from Lafayette.
On the right, Matt, I believe we're ready for Todd from North Andrew versus Ines of BRC.
And 2 points going to be awarded here to Sheets.
144 to the bullpen. 144.
2 takedown points for Ines.
We're going to look at the score here over on the left mat.
Seconds left here in the first period as Ines still with that 2-0 lead over Todd from North Andrew.
So at 1:20, there's still talk about the score over on the left mat.
And that'll end the first period. Ines picks up a few more points for bag points. So he goes into the second period with a 5-0 lead over Todd from North Andrew.
And they're still discussing the score down at the scorer's table on the left mat. Still going to keep it on the right mat.
Minute 22 left. It's still a 5-0 lead for Ines.
150 to the bullpen. 150.
Down to 60 seconds in the second period. Ines has picked up a couple more points to make it 7-0.
Now it looks like they're going to give an extra 2 points. At the moment on the left mat. Here to Handgarner.
.30 seconds left. Still a 7-0 lead for Ines. Todd's trying to get this escape point, but Ines doing a good job of just keeping him there.
So it looks like as we start the third period, it'll be a 9-7 lead in favor of Handgarner and Lafayette, or Sheets of Republic over Handgarner of Lafayette.
And we'll go into the third period over here on the right mat. Ines leading 7-0 still.
Sheets starts in the down position here to start this third period. Two points going to be awarded here to Sheets. As it's tied up here, 9-9. Now 3 more backports awarded to Sheet. Reversal goes now to Handgarner to make it 12-11, and then a pin will occur. In 3 minutes, 49 seconds. And that was at 120, so it's Handgarner from Lafayette that gets the pin. That time over Connor Sheets of Republic JV.
30 seconds left in this third period. It's still a lead for Ines. Todd picked up a couple points, but it's still 7-2. So Todd's got to make something happen here in 20 seconds.
Over on the left mat, it'll be Braden Simon of Lafayette going up against Michael Garrett of Warsaw at 126.
And that'll do it for the third round here. It's going to be Ines picking up a 7-2 decision win over Todd from North Ander.
30 seconds gone in this first period. Again, just 1 minute first periods on the wrestlebacks here today. Still scoreless between Simon and Garrett of Lafayette and Warsaw. 2 points going to be awarded to Simon. And he'll get Garrett onto his back, looking for some back points here. And he'll be awarded 3 back points as he'll take a 5-0 lead as we end the first period of play. we start the second period. They'll start in neutral. It'll be two Maysville wrestlers going at it. Griffith. And Pulley at 144 on the left mat.
Two points for Pulley.
It's a 7-0 lead here for Simon of Lafayette. And he'll pick up the pin in 2 minutes and 5 seconds over on the left mat. Over Garrett of Warsaw. Will now move, I believe, to 132 on the left mat. As it'll be Owen Weatherhead of Belleville Republic County against Bryson Justice of Maysville.
And that'll end the first period. It's Pulley taking a 8-0 lead over Griffith into the second period.
With this being a championship semifinal on the right side, or sorry, on the left side, they will have a 2-minute first period. So 30 seconds in, it's a 2-point lead here for Owen Weatherhead on the takedown.
Couple more points for Pulley for another takedown.
A minute gone here in the first period, a 2-0 lead here for Weatherhead of BRC. Twenty seconds left on the match on the left as Weatherhead holds a 2-0 lead here over Bryson Justice.
1 point for Griffith for reversal. 15 seconds left in the second period. It's a 14-3 score in favor of Pulley. 3 back points for Griffith.
2 back points going to be awarded here to Owen Weatherhead as he'll take a 4-0 lead going into the second period against Bryson Justice of Maysville.
And that'll end the second period. 3 back points for Griffith, and it's a 14-9 lead for Pulley going into the third and final period.
Over on the left mat, wrestling at 132. Weatherhead will get 2 takedown points. They'll leave the circle, have to come back to center. A 6-0 lead here for Weatherhead.
3 more points for Griffith. He takes a 15-14 lead.
1:15 left here in this second period over on the left mat with Weatherhead with the lead.
And Griffith gets the pin over Pulley. 43 seconds into the third and final period. Now looks like we're going to have Law from Stanbury taking on Murray from Tarkio.
Yeah, it'll be Aiden Law from Stanbury, Lincoln Murray from East Atchison. Weatherhead holds a 6-0 lead. 30 seconds left in the second period against Bryson Justice of Maysville. Ten seconds left. And the pin will occur in 3 minutes and 53 seconds for Owen Weatherhead over Bryson Justice. And now on the left mat, we'll stay at 132. It'll be Trevor Akins of Albany and Noah DeHart of Lafayette JV. Since this will be a wrestle back, they will have a 1 minute first period.
And that'll end the first period. No points for either wrestler there, so we'll go into the second period with the 0-0 tie.
It's a 2-0 lead here for Akins over DeHart on the takedown with 30 seconds gone and left in this opening period of the wrestleback. After one period on the left mat, it's a 2-0 lead here for Trevor Akins. Starting in the down position will be DeHart on the left mat.
Minute 25 into the left in the second period. Still, it's a 0-0 tie in this match between Law of Stanbury and Murray of Tarkio.
Trying to get the escape point here is DeHart. Akins won't let him escape, keeps him on the ground.
Three points here for Murray.
A minute left here in the second period. It's still a 2-0 lead here for Akins. Trying to get DeHart onto his back.
And a reversal for Law gets him a pin. And Aiden Law of Stanbury able to get the pin in a minute 38 into the second period.
And the pin here for Akins will come in 2 minutes and 26 seconds over Noah DeHart of Lafayette JV.
So So it looks like we're going to have Jordan Williams of BRC against Thomas Ross of Polo.
Got a matchup over on the left mat at the moment between Polo Gallatin. Trying to figure out what weight class that is in here in a moment. Sorry, Gallatin South Harrison.
And Williams and Ross will leave the circle. So they'll come back to the center. It's a 4-0 lead here for Williams.
Right now, Gallatin holds a 7-1 lead here over South Harrison.
.25 seconds left here in the first period between Williams and Ross. Still a 4-0 lead for Williams.
And it'll be a 10-1 lead here after one period.
And that'll end the first period. Williams holding on to that 4-0 lead still.
It's a 10-1 lead. There's another 2 points. Going to be awarded here for Benton, as it's Benton South Harrison. As it's Rush against Ethan Smith at 150. And Rush will get the pin. The 33 seconds gone here in the second period. Up next at 150, it will be Nick Bagley of Warsaw against Pierce Roberts of Lafayette.
Still a 4-0 lead here in favor of Jordan Williams. A minute 20 left in the second period.
Report 157.
So both wrestlers feeling each other out at 150 on the left mat with 30 seconds gone here in this first period between Bagley and Roberts of Warsaw and Lafayette. Two takedown points awarded here to Roberts of Lafayette. They'll leave the circle, have to come back to center.
Down to 17 seconds left. Jordan Williams still with a 4-0 lead over Thomas Ross.
Both wrestlers fighting for position here with a minute gone here in the first period.
On the right mat, we are headed to the third period, and it's Jordan Williams with a 4-0 lead over Thomas Ross.
40 seconds left here in the opening period. A 2-0 lead for Roberts of Lafayette over Bagley of Warsaw. Sorry, Bagley with the 2-0 lead over Roberts as they'll come back to center. So Bagley holds the 2-0 lead. Roberts in the down position here for Lafayette.
And 2 points for Ross, his first points of the match. And there's a minute 10 left here in the third period.
We'll end the first period here with a 2-0 lead here for Nick Bagley over Pierce Roberts. Lafayette defers. Warsaw will choose the down position here.
And Ross will get the pin. And it comes with 28.4 seconds left in the third period.
Roberts gets an escape point as it's a 4-1 lead. 2 more points are going to be awarded here to Bagley as he'll come away with the pin in 2 minutes and 39 seconds.
Now we're going to see Kyle. Sorry, that's Zane Rippey.
Report to the bullpen, 165.
So it'll be Zane Rippey against Chris Begg at 150 over on the right mat. And a wrestle back. Still awaiting our matchup over on the left mat. I think we're going to go back to
30 seconds left here in the first period. Still no points. Remember, it's just 1 minute periods for the wrestlebacks. 1 minute first periods.
It'll be Stanberry Lincoln wrestling over on the left mat. As we'll go back to 138, it's Peyton Hume of Stanberry going up against John Newton of Lincoln.
So that'll do it for the first period over on the right mat. No points for either wrestler.
2 points awarded here to Hume in this wrestle back. And we'll get the pin in 37 seconds. Up next on the right mat, we will have Kansas City Sumner.
Zane Rippey with 3 back points. So he gets the first points out of the match. He takes a 3-0 lead with 55 seconds left in the second period.
Connor Carver from Holden, mat 1 now.
So we await Carver to the left mat.
.30 seconds left here in the second period.
So we have Christian Moreno from Kansas City Sumner Academy waiting Connor Carver of Holden.
Well, I believe they're going to give the win to him. And Zane Rippey gets the pin in 1:55 into the second period.
So we will switch it up here over on the left mat now and go to 157. It's Orleans from Benton JV against Snodgrass from Benton. Two points being awarded here on the takedown.
Owens Warsaw, court to the bullpen.
So on the right mat, we've got Brendan Barton of Maysville and Gavin Violet from Savannah. No points, actually 2 points for Barton with 1:15 left in the first period.
So after one period, I believe it's Snodgrass of Benton with the 5-0 lead over Orleans of Benton JV. As the two Benton wrestlers go at it. Seconds in. Still a 5-0 lead here, we believe, for Snodgrass of Benton.
30 seconds left in the first period. It's Barton still with that 2-0 lead over Violet. And Barton will get the pin in 1:50 over Violet.
A minute gone here in the second period. Stays a 5-0 lead here for Benton over Benton. Escape point given. Two takedown points now given. Making it an 8-0 lead. Over on the right mat, I believe they're at 157. It'll be Fagan of Lincoln against Pyrotech of Belva Republic County. And the wrestle back. And going into the third period, it'll be a 9-0 lead. Lead for Snodgrass of Benton over his teammate Orleans of the Benton JV.
That'll be 2 points for Pyrotech. With 10 seconds to go here in the first period.
.35 seconds gone over on the left mat. It's an 8-0 lead. I'll make that 10-0 as Snodgrass gets the reversal. Underneath a minute left. Snodgrass looking for the pin and gets it. In 4 minutes and 5 seconds. Next over on the left mat, we'll go to 165. As it'll be Kyle Burke of Albany going up against David Silva of Kansas City Sumner.
Minute 30 to go, and here in the second period, it's Pyrotech with a 2-1 lead over Fagan.
2 quick takedown points here for Kyle Burke, 15 seconds here into the match over Silva.
2 more takedown points for Pyrotech.
Burke trying to get Silva to his back. Now does.
175 to the bullpen. 175.
And Burke will get the pin in in just 42 seconds. Up next over on the left mat, we will go to the wrestle back between Benedict Baxa and Cooper Fox. Baxa of Republic JV, Fox of Polo.
One escape point for Fagan. Down to 8 seconds left in the second period. It's 4-2 in favor of Pyrotech. And that'll end the second period with that 4-2 score still standing.
Fox gets 2 takedown points.
190 to the bullpen. 190.
Getting Baxa onto his back. Pick up some back points here. 30 seconds left here, are gone here in this first period. We'll get 2 back points. Leads 4-0 here with 15 seconds left here in the first period. And gets the pin in 47 seconds. Up next over on the left mat, we will go to 175, where it'll be Justin Johns of South Harrison against Andrew Wiles of Albany.
A couple more points for Pyrotech makes it 6-2 with 1:06 left in the third period.
Johns gets awarded 2 takedown points here in this wrestle back. 35 seconds remain here in the opening period.
Couple of points.
Wiles onto his back. And the pin will occur in 40 seconds here for Justin Johns over Andrew Wiles.
Fagan was able to pick up a couple points, but Pyrotech gets one as well, so it's 7-5 in favor of Pyrotech with 35 seconds left here in the third period.
next over on the left mat will go to 190. And the wrestle back, it'll be Bryce Martin of Albany going up against Joseph Powell of Holden.
And that will end the third round. Probably picks up a couple more back points and gets the 12-5 decision over Fagan.
So we'll show you both mats here again, as left mat now is Martin and Powell going at it at 190 over in the left mat and the wrestle back. On the right mat, still at 165. It'll be Doolittle of South Harrison and Simmons from BRC. Still scoreless. 45 seconds into the first period here between Martin and Powell. Powell will get 2 takedown points here over Martin as the first period ends.
Doolittle and for a takedown, so he's up 2-0. Minute 20 left in the first period.
It's a 2-0 lead here for Powell for Holden as we start the second period. Powell will start in the down position.
Down to a minute left here in the first period, and Simmons still holding on to that 2-0 lead, but trying to pick up the pin here. He's got Doolittle in a little bit of trouble.
Two-point reversal here.
Doesn't get the pin,
Powell.
but Simmons will get 3 back points.
Please report to the bullpen. Also, 285 for the bullpen.
4-0 lead for Powell. With 50 seconds left here in the second period. 3 back points awaiting Powell as well.
So that ends the first period, and it's Simmons taking a 5-0 lead into the second period.
As they will end the second period. It'll be an 8-0 lead here for Holden.
Having some discussion over on the right mat, so we'll just focus strictly on the left mat until we get that resolved.
I think they've got
maybe some blood.
Blood, I believe. Blood timeout over on the right mat. It's a 10-0 lead here for Powell. 20 seconds into the third period here at 190 between Powell and Martin. And Bryce Martin will get 2 takedown points to make it a 10-2 lead here for Powell. Minute 5 left here in this third period. Martin trying to get Powell onto his back.
We'll go back to both mats here as they get the blood fixed on the right mat.
.42 remain here in the third period. Potentially dangerous position. Have to come back to center. Powell in the down position, leading 10-2 with 35 seconds left here in the third period.
And Carson Simmons able to get the pin over Xander Doolittle. 35 seconds into the second period.
.15 seconds remain.
So we're going to move to Caden Griffin versus Sean Owens. Griffin from Albany JV and Sean Owens from Warsaw.
And that'll do it as Powell comes away with a 10-2 victory here over Bryce Martin. So we'll stay at 190 on the left mat. It will be Tyler Stewart of Holden JV going up against Tyler Tustison of Gallatin in this wrestle back at 190.
Sean Owens got a couple of takedown points, so he's up 2-0 with 20 seconds left in the first period.
And leave the circle. We'll have to come back to center here.
That'll end the first period with Sean Owens taking a 2-0 lead into the second period.
Tustison will get 2 takedown points, will be awarded 3 back points as well as he takes a 5-0 lead here with 10 seconds left here in the first period. And after the first period, it's a 5-0 lead for Gallatin's Tustison over Holden JV Stewart.
A couple more takedown points for Owens. He's up 4-0 now. He'll leave the circle and have to return to the center.
Getting ready to start second period over on the left mat. Tustison will start in the down position, leading 5-0 over Holden JV Stewart. We'll get the 2 points for the reversal. Now get Stewart onto his back. And he'll pick up 3 more back points. Give him a 10-0 lead. With 35 seconds gone in the second period.
So they'll resume over on the right mat with 1 minute and 9 seconds left. Owens still holding on to that 4-0 lead over Caden Griffin.
And Tustison will come away with the pin in a minute 53. And now over on the left mat, we will go to the wrestle back at 2:15 between Tristan Chadwick of Savannah and Gable Kraus of Polo.
Caden Griffin a little shaken up there off a slam, and so we'll just focus on the left mat for now.
this match at 2:15 in the wrestleback between Chadwick of Savannah, Kraus Apollo. Still scoreless halfway through this opening round, 1 minute wrestleback of round one. And at the end of the first period, we're tied at 0-0 still. Caden Griffin will get up over on the right mat. And it'll be a medical forfeit here, I believe, from Caden Griffin. Chadwick and Kraus still going at it over on the left mat at 2:15. We'll get ready to start the next match over on the right mat between North Andrew and South Harrison. And that will be Baker of South Harrison, McFarland of North Andrew at 190 in a wrestleback. Still scoreless between Chadwick and Kraus at 2:15 in the wrestleback in round number 2. We're about a minute in. Still scoreless. .45 seconds remain in the second period. On the left mat between Chadwick of Savannah, Kraus Apollo, still no score. And 2 takedown points going to be awarded here to Chadwick. Now 2 reversal points awarded here to Kraus.
And that'll
looking for
end,
some back points.
That will end the first period. On the right, Matt McFarland gets a takedown and a couple back points to take a 5-0 lead into the second period.
So 2 points for the reversal, 3 points for the back points. Kraus takes a 5-2 lead over Chadwick of Savannah going into the third period. And Chadwick will start in the down position, Kraus in the up position.
And McFarland will get the pin over Baker in 29 seconds into the second period.
And Kraus will get the pin in 3 minutes and 12 seconds.
113 and 120.
So our next match here.
106 and 113, sorry. 106 and 113.
On the left mat. Will be Kevin Machado of Benton and Jovelis Herring of Lafayette. At 285. Over on the right mat, it looks like it's Andrew Johnston of Holden and Bo Peregrine of East Atchison at 285. Still scoreless 40 seconds in on the left mat in the first period between Machado and Herring.
Johnston able to get a couple of takedown points on the right, so he's up 2-0. The minute 10 left in the first period.
Ben Machado will get 2 takedown points here over Herring with a minute gone here in the first period.
And it's going to be Johnston hitting the pin in a minute 25 into the first period over Peregrine from Tarkio. Now it looks like we're going to have Watkins of Maysville taking on Riley Simmons from Polo JV.
5 seconds left here in this opening period. And it's a 2-0 lead here for Kevin Machado of Benton. Herring will start in the down position here at 285.
Simmons and Watkins return to the center of the circle. Still no points for either wrestler yet.
Machado with a 2-0 lead as we start the second period over here on the left mat. And now he'll get Herring onto his back. Herring rolls off his back, but not before Machado can pick up 3 back points.
Watkins with 2 takedown points. He is up 6-2 with 55 seconds left here in the first period.
Machado again gets Herring onto his back. Herring will get the escape point. Machado gets 2 back points, making it a 7-1 lead here for Machado with 45 seconds left here in the second period.
And Watkins will get the pin over Riley Simmons in a minute 35 into the first period.
2 more takedown points awarded here to Kevin Machado, as they'll go back to 106 over on the right mat. Remington Miller of Albany will be going up against Kemper Gehring of Benton in a wrestleback. And at the end of the second period, it's a 9-1 lead here for Kevin Machado. He'll choose the down position.
So Miller and Gehring will get started here at 106.
Escape point going to be awarded here to Machado. Makes it a 10-1 lead for Machado.
Takedown for Gehring. Looks like the winner of this match will go on to wrestle for third place later on today between Gehring and Miller.
Loser of this match will be done for the rest of the day.
3 back points for Gehring, and he's up 5-0.
On that right mat, as over on the left mat, it's a 12-1 lead here for Machado. 1:05 left here in this third period.
5 seconds left in the first period. Gehring trying to get a last-second pin and he will get it right as time expires. So Gehring will pick up the win over Remington Miller. After a little bit of discussion, they decided that, that he got the pin in time, so Gehring will get the win over Miller.
And Machado gets the pin in 5 minutes, 25 seconds over Herring of Lafayette. Our next match over on the left mat will be at 285 as well. It will be Ruger Johnson of South Harrison against Donnie Humphrey of Lincoln.
So it looks like we're going to move to 113 on the right mat. It's going to be Sean Reinerston from Warsaw taking on Grayson Thiemann from Holden.
And at 285, it's Ruger Johnson, Donnie Humphrey from South Harrison and Lincoln.
Two takedown points for Thiemann.
Ruger Johnson will get 2 takedown points. As they will leave the circle, they'll come back to center.
A couple of back points as well for Thiemann, so he takes a 4-0 lead with 30 seconds left here in the first period. And Thiemann will get the pin over Reinerston, and he will secure his place in the third place match later on today.
And Johnson will get the pin here over Humphrey in 1 minute 3 seconds. And we'll go back now to 106 and the wrestle back. It'll be Smithson of Stanberry going up against Ellis of Albany. So Orrin Ellis of the Albany JV going up against Vincent Smithson of Stanberry over on the left mat at 106. Vincent Smithson gets 2 takedown points over on the right mat. As it'll be Gregory of Stanberry going up against Moore of Kansas City Sumner at 113 on the right mat in the wrestle back.
So about to get underway here on the right mat.
We'll show you both mats again as they get started. And after one period, Smithson with a 2-0 lead here over Ellis.
We'll take a timeout as Moore's headgear came undone, so we'll fix that and we'll get back and started again.
They'll start in the neutral position to start the second period over on the left mat as Albany defers. Smithson takes a 4-0 lead, 30 seconds here into the second period as he gets another takedown.
And again, we have another pin right as the round ends. And Moore's going to get the win over Gregory.
It's a 4-0 lead here for Smithson over Ellis with 45 seconds left here in the second period. And now
132, also 132.
they will go over to 120 over on the right mat. It'll be Cooper Berry of Maysville going up against A.J. Polanski of Belleville Republic County.
So winner of this will go to the championship in the 120 bracket.
Smithson trying to get Ellis onto his back. And does, but it's right as the second period ends. Still a 4-0 lead here for Calvin Smithson over Orrin Ellis. Ellis will take the top position. Smithson will be in the down position. And now we'll get Smithson onto his back. Will be Ellis here to start the third period. Three back points awarded here to Ellis. Smithson trying to go for the reversal. Will get the 2-point reversal.
1 minute left here in this first period on the right mat. No points for either wrestler. Actually, take that back. 2 points for Barry, I believe it is, from Maysville.
Smithson will let Ellis up as it's a 8-4 lead here for Smithson over Ellis in this third period with about a minute left. .50 seconds remain. 2 more points awarded here to Smithson as he leads now 10-4. 40 seconds left here in the third period.
Now we're in the first round over here on the right mat. And it's going to be A.J. Polanski of BRC taking the lead into the 2-1 lead into the second period.
One escape point awarded here to Orrin Ellis. 2 more takedown points awarded here to Smithson as he'll take a 12-5 lead, 10 seconds left. Ellis again gets an escape. 2 more points awarded here to Smithson. And that will do it as Smithson comes away with a 14-6 decision victory over Orrin Ellis. Over on the left mat, it will be Sean Reinerstein of Warsaw going against Grayson Thiemann of Holden. And this wrestle back at 113.
Barry and Polanski will lead the circle, come back to the center. And now it's Barry from Maysville with a 3-2 lead over Polanski with a with 50 seconds left in the second period.
It's a 2-1 lead here for Holden's Thiemann. With 35 seconds gone here in the first period, 2 more points going to be awarded here to Thiemann. This will take a 4-1 lead as he tries to get Reinerstein onto his back. Reinerston, sorry. Sorry, that's on the right mat. Dalen Green and Donovan Campbell at 120. We apologize. And 3 more back points going to be awarded here to Green. 1 escape point to Campbell as Green leads here 9-2 with 13 seconds left here in the opening period. 2 more takedown points awarded here to Dalen Green of Holden. They'll end the first period with an 11-2 lead here for Green. Warsaw will defer. Green will choose the down position.
1 minute, 10 seconds left on the right mat. Barry holding on to actually, Polanski just takes the lead. So it's 4-3 Polanski. Another 2 takedown points for Polanski, so it's 6-3 now. And he will get the win. So Polanski advances.
138 to the bullpen.
He will wrestle for first place later on today.
The 13-2 lead here for Green.
Now on the right mat, I believe we're starting the match between Hunter Gilreth of Maysville and Cash Hankey.
So it's a 13-2 lead here for Green. 45 seconds left here in this second period. Green awarded 3 back points here. So he leads 16-2. And they will go out of the circle, have to come back to center with 21 seconds remaining here in the second period.
.50 seconds left here in the first period on the right mat.
Ten seconds remain here in the second period, 16-2. Holden's Green with the lead over Warsaw's Campbell. And they will go to the third period. And Campbell will choose the up position. Green will be in the down position.
And that will end the first period over on the right mat. It's Gilreth of Maysville with a 4-0 lead. going into the second period.
Over the left mat, they'll leave center. They'll come back to the center circle. Green will get the escape point and will pick up the major decision, 17-2 with 1:29 still left in the third period. Over on the left mat, we'll stay at 120. It'll be Maddox Cyber to North Andrew going up against Miles Dean of Kansas City Sumner.
And Gilreath gets the pin over Hankey. So Hunter Gilreath gets the pin in 37 seconds into the second period.
Over on the right mat, looks like they're going to go to 132. It'll be Trevor Akins of Albany going up against Aiden Baker of Polo at 132 in the wrestleback. It's a 4-0 lead. Sorry, a 2-0 lead here for Dean at Kansas City Sumner over Seibert of North Andrew. Dangerous position, one headlock given, a point given to Seibert here. So it's a 2-1 lead here for Dean with 9 seconds left here in the opening period of the wrestleback.
Akins and Baker lead the circle. They will come back to the center.
After the first period, it's a 2-1 lead here for Dean. North Andrew will decline, or will defer to the third period.
Akins will pick up a point here. First point of the match for either wrestler. 10 seconds left in the first period.
Dean will start in the up position to start the second period, leading 2-1.
So that does it for the first period, and it's going to be Trevor Akins taking a 1-0 lead into the second period over Aiden Baker of Polo.
$1:15 left here in the second period. It's a 5-1 lead here for Dean as he picks up 3 back points.
2 takedown points for Baker. He takes a 2-1 lead with 1:30 left in the second period. And they'll lead the circle again and come back to the center.
40 seconds remain here in the second period. A 5-1 lead still here for Dean over Seibert. Ten seconds remain. It's a 5-1 lead for Dean in the second period.
Stanberry, port to the bullpen. Hume, Stanberry.
And at the end of 2 periods, Dean with a 5-1 lead over Seibert and North Andrew.
35 seconds left here over on the right mat, and it's still Aiden Baker with a 2-1 lead over Trevor Akins.
They'll start in neutral position over on the left mat to start the third period.
Hume, Stanberry, report to the bullpen. Hume, Stanberry.
Dean gets the 2 takedown points. Gives him a 7-1 lead with 1:20 left here in the third period. Minute left in the third period, 7-1, Dean with the lead.
And that will end the second period. It's still Aiden Baker carrying a 2-1 lead into this final period. Two takedown points for Trevor Akins, and he's going to take the lead with 1:46 left in this third period. He's up 3-2.
Dean now gets cybered onto his back and to start picking up some back points here with 15 seconds left here in the third period. And we'll get the pin. In 4 minutes and 46 seconds.
Two reversal points for Aiden Baker, and he reclaims the lead 4-3. And now he's got Akins in a little bit of trouble.
It'll be Dawson Handgartner against Xavier Sepase of Lafayette and Kansas City Sumner over on the left mat.
3 back points for Baker. And they'll lead the circle and return to the center.
Handgartner gets a quick 2 takedown points here in this wrestle back at 1:20.
So they'll resume here with 56.8 seconds left in the third period.
And the pin will come in 28 seconds here for Handgartner.
And Trevor Akins trails by 4 points.
At 1:26, it'll be Graham Jensen of Belleville Republic County going up against Kalen Rose of Benton. Winner of this match will move into the first place match at 1:26.
16 seconds left here. Akins still trailing by 4 points. And again, they will leave the circle and come back to the center. And that will end the third period with Aiden Baker winning the 7-3 decision. So we will move into the third place match later on today.
And it's Jensen from BRC against Rose of Benton. Here on this left mat at 1:26.
So it looks like we're going to have Laramie Fenimore taking on Drake and Bennett. Fenimore from Gallatin and Bennett from Maysville on the right mat.
2 points awarded here to Rose. Before they leave the circle, they'll come back to center.
2 points for Bennett. He takes a 2-0 lead here in the first round.
It's a 2-0 lead here for Rose over Jensen as we're about halfway through the first period. 1 minute remaining. And now Jensen will get the 2 points on the reversal. And we'll get Rose onto his back. And we'll get the pin in 1:34.
Jeremy Fenimore did get an escape point, so he trails 2-1 with 22 seconds left in the first period.
At 1:26 on the left mat, it'll be Cameron Martin of Albany going against Michael Garrett of Warsaw. The winner of this will move into the 5th place match. Loser's day will be done.
That ends the first period on the right mat. It's a 4-1 lead for Drake and Bennett.
Two takedown points awarded here to Garrett of Warsaw. Garrett gets Martin onto his back.
3 more back points for Drake and Bennett. Makes his lead 7-1.
Time is up. There should have been 1 minute there in the wrestle back. So we're going to have a chat about it here.
Couple more takedown points for Drake and Bennett. Makes his lead 9-1 here with 26 seconds left in the second period. They'll come out of the circle and have to go back to the middle with 21.1 seconds left in the second period.
So after they're going to have a discussion here.
And that will end the second period as Drake and Bennett takes an 11-1 lead into the third and final period.
So it'll stay a 2-0 lead here for Garrett over Martin as they start the second period. Martin will be in the down position, Garrett in the up position.
So Laramie Fenimore does get a point added to his score for an escape, so it's 11-2. And we'll go back to the center of the circle.
25 seconds gone here in the second period. It's a 2-0 lead still for Warsaw's Garrett over Albany's Martin.
2 reversal points for Bennett. 13-2 now, he leads.
And Garrett will get Martin onto his back. Get some back points here. Now trying to get the pin. .50 seconds left here in the second period. And the pin will occur in 2 minutes and 14 seconds.
Down to 46 seconds left here. Drake and Bennett leads Laramie Fenimore 13-2.
We're going to have a matchup here at 132 in the wrestleback. It'll be from Maysville, Bryson Justice against Maysville's Jace Harms. So as we start the first period on the left match, it's Justice from Maysville, Harms from Maysville JV.
And Drake and Bennett gets the 16-2 decision win over Laramie Fenimore. And looks like up next we have Cohen Walton of Warsaw taking on Peyton Hume of Stanberry.
Justice will get the 2 takedown points as they leave the circle. They'll come back to center.
Under 30 seconds now in the first period. Still no points. Free the wrestler on the right.
At the end of the first period, it's a 2-0 lead here for Justice. He will choose the down position. Harms in the up position.
And that will end the first period. No points. Free the wrestler in that period.
Justice will get the 2-point reversal. He'll lead 4-0. 20 seconds here into the second period.
And 2 takedown points for Cohen Walton. Adds to his score. He's now leading 3-0.
Justice will get 2 more will get 2 back points. He'll lead 6-0 over his teammate Harms with 1 minute left here in the second period.
And Hume and Walton will leave the circle and have to return to the center.
.20 seconds left in the second period. A 6-0 lead still for Justice over Harms. And this wrestle back at 132. They'll leave the center. We'll come back, or they'll leave the circle, come back to center.
Walton picks up 3 more points, and now he leads 6-0 with 45 seconds left in the second period.
At the end of this second period, it's a 6-0 lead here for Justice over Harms.
20 seconds left in the second period. It's Walton leading Peyton Hume 6-0. And that will end the second period with Walton taking a 6-0 lead over Peyton Hume into the third period.
Two more points awarded here to Justice as he leads 8-0 with 1:10 left here in the third period.
Couple more takedown points for Walton as he now is up 8-0 over Peyton Hume.
Justice will now get Harms onto his back here with 33 seconds left in the third period.
And Walton gets the pin over Peyton Hume with 55 seconds gone in the third period.
And that'll end the third period as Bryson Justice takes an 11-0 lead, or 11-0 win over Jace Harms.
I believe now we're at Ethan Nash taking on Dalton Cottrell.
Over on the right mat at 138, it'll be Joseph Frazier of Lafayette going up against Kill Tyron of Holden. Winner of this match will go into the first place match.
Two takedown points for Nash.
Two points awarded here for Frazier.
And three more back points for Nash makes it 5-0.
An escape point here for Tyron. Tyron. So it's a 2-1 lead here for Frazier of Lafayette. A minute gone here in the first period. It's a 2-1 lead here for Lafayette's Frazier.
And one escape point for Dalton Cottrell. Looks like a couple reversal points now for Nash. And that'll end the first period. And Ethan Nash takes a 9-1 lead into the second period.
.15 seconds remain here in the opening period. A 2-1 lead here for Joseph Frazier.
Nash gets a couple more takedown points.
So Frazier will get 2 points and then for the takedown and then get 3 back points. He'll lead 7-1 as we go into the second period.
And Nash will get the pin 24 seconds into the second period. And so Nash pins Dalton Guttrell.
So going into the second period, Frazier will be on top. Brown will start at bottom.
We're going to stay at 144. It's going to be Adam Crone taking on Zach Griffith.
A 9-2 lead here for Frazier, 30 seconds into the second period.
Two takedown points for Zach Griffith.
Another escape point here for Tryon.
And they will leave the circle and come back to center with 4.9 seconds left here in the first period.
They'll come back to center. 9-3 lead still here for Frazier.
And that will do it for the first period. It's a 2-0 lead here for Griffith.
.20 seconds remain here in the second period. Frazier goes for the leg. That will do it for the end of the second period. It's a 9-3 lead here for Lafayette's Frazier. He'll choose the down position to start.
A couple of back points, 3 back points actually for Zach Griffith. Minute 15 left in the second period. Griffith leads 5-0. We'll have to return to the middle of the circle again.
1:35 left here in the third period. It's a 9-3 lead. To escape point, or 2 points on the reversal here. Goes for Tryon. They'll leave the circle, come back to center. It's now a 9-6 lead here for Frazier from Lafayette.
And Zach Griffith will get the pin over Adam Crone. A minute 7 into the second period.
A minute 5 left here in this third period.
I think we've got Bishop Rush taking on Thomas Ross, I believe, in the 150 weight class.
.51 seconds remain here in the third period. at 138 on the left mat.
Rush was able to get 2 takedown points, so he leads 2-0.
It's a 9-5 lead here for Frazier of Lafayette. We're trying to hold in with 31 seconds remaining here in this third period. Frazier starts in the down position as they restart. Five seconds left. And Lafayette's Joe Frazier. He's going to get the 9-5 decision win over Kiltryon of Holden. Over on the left mat, it'll be Tony Tercero of South Harrison against Hudson Carr of Warsaw at 144.
So after the first period on the right mat, I believe Bishop Rush is going to have a 7-0 lead going into the second period.
Two points awarded here to Tercero. Awarded here to Carr. 30 seconds into the first period.
A couple more takedown points for Bishop Rush. He's up 9-0 now. Some more back points coming, so he's up 11-0 with a minute 30 left in the second period.
Carr getting back points here against Tercero, looking for the pin. With 45 seconds still left here in the first period, and gets it in a minute 16.
One minute, 8 seconds left here in the second period. Rush still up 11-0.
Up next on the left mat, we'll have Bagley from Warsaw against Barton from Maysville at 150. Winner of this will move into the first place match.
.30 seconds left. Rush still up 11-0.
.157 to the bullpen. 157.
They will leave the circle, come back to center here. Barton with a 2-0 lead here for Maysville.
Bishop Rush will get the pin with a minute 55 into the second period.
Up next will be Roberts and Lafayette. Violet is Savannah over on the right mat at 150. Dangerous position. They'll come back here to center.
One escape point for Violet, 2 takedown points for Roberts.
.45 seconds remain here in the opening period. Barton with a 2-0 lead here over Bagley.
Another takedown for Roberts, so should be getting 2 more points.
.15 seconds remain on the left mat. And at the end of the first period, Barton with a 2-0 lead here for Maysville.
Into the first period on the right mat, it's Roberts taking a 4-2 lead into the second period over Violet from Savannah. Roberts with another takedown, so he's up 6-2 over Violet with 1:18 left in the second period.
Barton still holding on to a 2-0 lead here, 30 seconds into the second period against Warsaw's Bagley.
And Roberts will get the pin over Violet in a minute, or in 53 seconds into the second period.
Barton will now get Bagley onto his back and gets the pin in 2 minutes, 57 seconds.
On the right mat, we're going to have Smith from South Harrison taking on Williams from BRC. Jordan Williams versus Ethan Smith.
So I believe they're going to clean some blood off the mat over on the left mat.
.30 seconds passed here in the first period. Just 30 seconds left as this is wrestle back, so 1 minute first period.
On the left mat. I believe we are see where we'll go on the left mat here.
And the period ends before Smith can get the pin on Jordan Williams. So we'll go to the second period. And don't know what was said, but we have a disqualification on the right mat. So Smith from South Harrison will get the forfeit win. So we'll move on, and it's going to be, we'll move on to the next match on the right mat. It's going to be Zane Rippey from Albany and Jeffrey Taylor from Lincoln. Winner of this will go on to the Consolation Championship.
Coaches, I have outstanding wrestler ballots up here at the book, and if you can come get one.
For the 150 bracket. .30 seconds passed in the first period. No points yet for either wrestler. And the first period will end with 0 points for both wrestlers. So Zane Rippey will start on top in the second period. As I mentioned before, winner of this will go on to wrestle for the Consolation Championship in the 150 bracket. And Zane Rippey here trying to get a pin, and he will get it. So Zane Rippey gets the pin on Jeffrey Taylor. And so he will move on to wrestle for the Consolation Championship later on.
165.
As we will move on to the 157 bracket, it's Jared Bunton from Albany taking on Devin McWashington. .2 points for McWashington. So he'll get the first points of the match with just under a minute left here in the first period.
Resuming on the left mat, it's a 2-0 lead here for Warsaw. And they will go to the second period. Warsaw leads here 2-0.
15 seconds left in the first period. McWashington leading 2-0, and he's going to get the pin. So McWashington will get the pin over Bunton. with a minute 49.
So Owens of Warsaw leads over Silver of Kansas City Sumner 2-0 as we start the second period here on the left mat.
$175 to the bullpen. 175.
So I think we're going to stay at 157. I think we have Ty Claypool and Drake Morrell. Claypool from Polo and Morrell from Warsaw.
Still a 2-0 lead here for Owens. A minute here into the second period. Neither wrestler able to get the advantage here in the second period. And now 2 points here for Silva as he'll get Owens onto his back and gets the pin in 2 minutes and 22 seconds.
One minute gone by over on the right mat. Still no points for either wrestler.
Over on the left mat, it will be Seth and Ryder Holden JV going up against Gage Snodgrass of Benton at 157. In the wrestle back, they'll start with
So first period ends. Over on the right mat, no points in that period for either wrestler.
both wrestlers feeling each other out for the first half of this wrestle back first period over on the left mat at 157.
One escape point from Morrell. First points of the match.
Will escape to circle, come back to center with 2 seconds left here at neutral. And that'll do it for the end of the first period. Holden will defer. Benton will choose the down position.
Morrell and Claypole will leave the circle and come back to the center.
.30 seconds gone here in this second period. There's going to be a hand clasp, so a point going to be given here to Snodgrass.
45 seconds left in the second period over on the right mat. It's a 1-0 lead in favor of Morrell.
2 reversal points given here to Snodgrass. He leads 3-0. A minute here into the second period.
So again, they will leave the circle and have to come back to the center. It's still a 1-0 match with Morrell leading.
Again, coaches, I have outstanding wrestler ballots up here in the bullpen. If you can please come fill one out.
It's a 3-0 lead. 15 seconds left here in the second period. Snodgrass with the lead here for Benton over Holden JV's right at 1:57 in a wrestle back. And they'll end the second period. They'll start at neutral. And Snodgrass with the 3-0 lead.
Claypole was able to get an escape as well, so he will tie it up at 1 point apiece with 1:07 left in the third and final period.
A minute 20 left here in the third period on the left match. It's a 3-0 lead here for Snodgrass. He'll get 2 more takedown points as he leads 5-0. Underneath a minute left here in the third period. A 5-0 lead here for Snodgrass. And this wrestle back at 1:57.
So we have a hand clasp, and so that's going to be a point for Claypole. It's 3-2 in favor of Mural.
20 seconds left here in the third period. Snodgrass still hangs on to the 5-0 lead.
I lead the circle with 16.1 seconds left. And it's Claypole trailing 3-2.
And Snodgrass comes up with the 5-0 win here over Wright.
So they leave the circle with 2.1. Claypole almost got the escape, but not quite before they left the circle. And that will end it. Mural gets the 3-2 decision.
Our next match here on the left mat. At 165, we'll see Silver from Sumner Academy against Owens of Warsaw.
So I think we're still on the right mat. I think we're still at 157. I think we've got Pure Tech from BRC and Stout from Holden.
I'll go out of the circle, come back to center at neutral on the left mat between Silva and Owens.
2 takedown points for Stout. So he takes a 2-0 lead here with 20 seconds left in the first period.
Both wrestlers fighting for an advantage. Neither get one as they leave the circle again. They'll come back to center, still scoreless with 18 seconds left here in this opening period.
That ends the first period on the right mat. It's Stout with a 2-0 lead going into the second period.
Picking up the 2-point advantage was Owens as they go into the second period.
Stout will get 1 escape point to make it 3-0.
They will start in neutral to start the second period as Sumner will defer to the third period. Two more takedown points awarded here to Owens. .30 seconds gone here in the second period. A minute 10 left in the second period. It's a 4-0 lead here for Sean Owens of Warsaw over David Silva of Kansas City Sumner.
40 seconds left in the second period over on the right mat. And it's Stout holding a 5-0 lead over Piratech.
.41 seconds left here in the second period. Silva starts in the down position. They'll leave center, have to come, or they'll leave the circle, have to come back to center again.
Third period underway here. It's Stout with a 5-0 lead still.
I'll give a point here to Silva as they start at neutral as they leave the circle. And it's a 5-4 lead here for Owens as they get ready to start this third period. Two points awarded here to Silva as he'll take a 6-5 lead. 15 seconds here into the third period.
Piratech and Stout will leave the circle, and Stout with still a 5-0 lead here with 56.1 seconds left in the third period.
Picking up 2 points on the reversal now here is Owens from Warsaw as he leads now 7-6 with 1:15 left here in the third period. One minute left in the match here on the left mat. A 7-6 lead here for Owens. Point going to be awarded here to Warsaw's Owens.
And that will end the third period, and it's going to be Stout who picks up a 7-0 decision win over Pier Tech.
So it's a 7-7 tie. 45 seconds left here in the third period. Another point awarded here to Silva as they go to center to be an 8-7 lead here for Silva.
Over on the right mat, we're moving on to Cooper Fox taking on Xander Doolittle. Winner of this will go on to wrestle for third.
10-7 with 5 seconds. And we'll get 3 back points. He'll win 13-7 by decision over Owens.
190 to the bullpen.
And Fox and Doolittle will leave the circle. Fox gets 2 points for a takedown.
I believe we'll move to 175 on the left mat.
One escape point for Doolittle.
It'll be Garrett Simonson from BRC, Alonzo Johnson from Lincoln.
Down to 6 seconds left. Cooper Fox hanging on to a 2-1 lead over Xander Doolittle as the first period ends. But Doolittle does get 2 points there on a takedown right as soon as the period ends, so it's 3-2 Doolittle. As we begin the second period.
30 seconds gone here in the first period. Still no score here between Simonson and Johnson. And now getting the takedown here is Simonson. And he'll get the pin in 1:02.
And Xander Doolittle will get the pin over Cooper Fox in 39 seconds into the second period.
Up next on the left mat at 175. It'll be Logan Botcher of Gallatin. And he will go up against Jackson Perkins of Lafayette. So as they start here over on the left mat, it'll be Johns of South Harrison against Gleiss of Savannah JV over on the right mat and a wrestle back at 175. 30 seconds into the first period, still scoreless here between Perkins and Botcher.
And over on the right mat, it is Johns of South Harrison getting a pin in 17 seconds over Gleiss of Savannah JV.
And that'll be Reifsteck of Holden against Hobson of Savannah. And another wrestle back over on the right mat. A minute into the first period, still scoreless between Perkins and Botcher at 175.
2 quick takedown points for Reifsteck. Three back points for Reifsteck as he takes a 5-0 lead 30 seconds into this match on the right mat.
Neither player or neither wrestler could gain an advantage over on the left mat.
A couple more points for Reifsteck as it's now 7-0 as there's 6 seconds left here in the first round on the right mat.
10 seconds remain in the mat, or in the first period over on the left mat. Still scoreless. And they will end the first period scoreless and go to the second.
So we're going to have a discussion about the score over on the right mat. I think maybe we mixed up the green and red. So I think the points went to the wrong side of the scoreboard, I believe.
So 35 seconds left, or a minute 35 left here in the second period. It's a 1-0 lead at the moment for Gallatin's Botcher.
So it looks like we got everything settled on the right mat. We'll start the second period now with Reifsteck up 7-0. Two more points for Reifsteck. And Reifsteck gets the pin and 13 seconds into the second period.
1:10 left here in the second period. It's a 1-0 lead here for Gallatin's Botcher over Perkins Lafayette. Or Lafayette's Perkins, sorry. Again, 45 seconds remain here in the second period. Tied now at 1-1. Out of the circle, they'll come back to center here with 38 seconds. Twenty seconds left here in the second period, tied at 1. They'll leave the circle, come back to center here with 4.5 seconds left.
I believe on the right mat we are seeing Ryan Beavers of BRC and Hunter Harris of Polo wrestling for a chance to wrestle in the championship for 190.
You start the third period tied at 1. Perkins in the down position. Perkins will get the escape point and takes a 2-1 lead. Perkins goes for the leg. Out of the circle, they'll come back to center again at neutral. With 1:21 left here in the third period.
No points yet over on the right mat as we get to 30 seconds left in the first period.
Again, they'll leave the circle, come back to center. 52 seconds remain. Again, it's a 2-1 lead here for Lafayette's Perkins. Perkins will now get the 2 takedown points.
First period ends with no points for either wrestler.
Perkins with a 4-1 lead.
Again, we're seeing Ryan Beavers versus Hunter Harris.
I'll come back here to center with 7 seconds left. Perkins leading 4-1.
And they'll lead the circle and come back in.
Botcher will get the escape point. Looking for a takedown before time runs out. Will not get it. It's going to be a 4-2 decision win here for Lafayette's Jackson Perkins over Maysville's Logan Botcher. Now over on the left mat, we will have Mason Allday of Lafayette going up against Maysville's Max Heinz.
One minute and 12 seconds left here in the second period, and it's Ryan Beavers with a 1-0 lead over Hunter Harris. Two more points for Beavers to make it 3-0 with 48 seconds left in the second period.
Heinz gets 2 takedown points here with 30 seconds gone in the first period. Now gets Allday onto his back. Allday able to roll off it quickly, but Heinz still awarded 2 back points as Heinz leads 4-0 here over Mason Allday. A minute left here in this first period as Heinz again will try and get Allday onto his back. We'll be getting some back points here. Three more back points awarded here to Heinz.
That'll end the second period, and it's Ryan Beavers with a 3-0 lead into the third period over Hunter Harris.
Heinz with the 7-0 lead here, 20 seconds left here in this first period as he leads over Lafayette's Mason Allday. We'll end the first period with Heinz leading all day 7-0.
One point for Hunter Harris, so he's now trailing 3-1 against Beavers.
Heinz will choose the down position here to start the third period, leading 7-0.
2 more points for Ryan Beavers. He's up 5-1 here with 50 seconds left in the third period.
Heinz trying to stand up all day. Keeping him on the ground here with 1:15 left here in the second period. Now, Heinz will get the 2-point reversal. And also looking to pick up some back points as well. And the pin will occur in 3 minutes and 7 seconds in favor of Maysville's Max Heinz over Lafayette's Mason all day.
And that'll end the third period as Ryan Beavers gets a decision win over Hunter Harris.
Now we'll go to 2:15 over on the left mat. It's Craig Coffey of South Harrison going against Zane Wegner of Maysville. Winner of this match will wrestle in the championship round at 2:15.
Over the right mat, we're still at 190. I believe this is Joseph Powell from Holden and Tyler Tustison from Gallatin.
.40 seconds in, still no score as Coffey and Wagner will feel each other out. Two takedown points awarded here for Craig Coffey. And Coffey will get the pin in 1:15.
Tustison does get 2 takedown points as there's 7 seconds left here in the first period over on the right mat.
Over in the next match, over on the left mat, it'll be Jason Blue from Benton going up against Brian Baxter of Belleville, Republic County. .30 seconds gone, still no score here between Blue and Baxter.
.20 lead here for Tyler Tustison of Gallatin as minute 12 is left here in the second period. Gonna have to have a stoppage and a We'll resume here in a second.
$285 to the bullpen. 285.
Still no points yet awarded over on the left mat. With 35 seconds left here in the first period.
.45 seconds left in the second period. Still a 2-0 lead for Tyler Tustison from Gallatin.
Five seconds left, still no score. And a takedown will occur here by Baxter. At the end of the first period, he'll get 2 takedown points, plus 2 back points as well.
Second round concludes with Tyler Tustison still winning 2-0 over Joseph Powell from Holden.
Baxter will choose the up position here. Trailing 4-0 here to, or actually I take that back, leading Benton's Blue 4-0. Now looking for some back points here. And he'll be awarded 2 back points as he now takes a 6-0 lead here over Benton's Jason Blue. Baxter throws Blue back to the floor. With a minute left here in the second period, it's still a 6-0 lead here for BRC's Baxter.
Tustison has got a couple of points for a takedown, but he's trying to work for a pin here. He leads 4-0.
Now Baxter again will get Blue onto his back. We're picking up back points here, looking for the pin. And gets the pin in 3 minutes, 55 seconds. As BRC's Brian Baxter, as he'll make his way into the championship bout at 2:15.
And Tyler Tustison gets the pin over Joseph Powell with a minute 55 in the third period.
It'll be Colton Davis of Benton JV going against Gable Kraus of Polo in this wrestleback.
Over on the
at
right,
2:15.
Over on the right, Matt, we're going to have Peyton Hubbard taking on Cal McFarland. Hubbard from Benton and McFarland from North Andrew. And the winner of this will face Tyler Tustison for 5th place in the 190 bracket.
.20 seconds left here in the first period between Kraus and Davis. Still no score. And that'll do it for the first period, still scoreless. And Polo will choose the neutral position here to start. The second period, scoreless.
And that ends the first period between Hubbard and McFarland. No points were given to either wrestler.
Still scoreless, a minute 15 left here in the second period between Kraus and Davis. Kraus, Apollo, Davis, a Benton JV. Seconds remain here in the second period. Now 2 points awarded here to Davis. They'll go out of center. They'll go to the circle, come back to center here with Kraus in the down position. Davis leading here 2-0.
.25 seconds left in the second period. Still no points for either wrestler.
We'll go to the third period. It should be a 2-0 lead here for Benton JV's Davis over Polo's Kraus.
And that will end the second period. We'll go to the third. Tied at 0-0.
And Davis will get the pin in 3 minutes, 20 seconds. Our next match at 285 on the left mat. Will be Johnston of Holden and Machado of Benton.
McFarland was able to pick up a point, now 2 points for a takedown. And McFarland will pick up the pin in 1 minute, 1 second into the third period. And he advances to the 5th place match in the 190 bracket.
So Machado, Johnston over on the left mat, 285. To see who will wrestle in the first place match. Machado of Benton, Johnston of Holden. Machado goes for the leg. Gets Johnston down to the floor. Still no points yet given. Now 2 points awarded here to Machado. An escape point awarded here to Johnston.
On the right mat, we have 2 Holden wrestlers trying to figure out who they are.
It's wrestle back at 2:15. It's Bell and Kinnaman over on the right mat. .24 remain here in the first period. It's a 2-1 lead in favor of Machado over Johnston.
So first period ends over on the right mat between Bell and Kinnaman, and no points for either wrestler.
Machado going to get 2 takedown points. He'll take a 4-1 lead going into the second period. As we start the second period, Machado in the down position here, leading 4-1. Two points going to be awarded here to Johnston. Makes it a 4-3. Match in favor of Machado. Machado will come away with the escape point as he leads now 5-3 with a minute left here in the second period.
.45 seconds left in the second period.
And 35 seconds left on the left mat in the second period. It's a 5-3 lead for Machado over Johnston at 285. Ten seconds left here in the second period. And it's a 5-3 lead here for Machado on the left mat.
That ends the second period, and I believe that it's Kinnaman with a 1-0 lead going into the third period.
Machado trying to get Johnston onto his back. Here 30 seconds gone in the third period.
Down to 1 minute, 12 seconds left here in the third period on the right. Kinnaman with a 1-0 lead.
43 seconds left here in the third period. It's a 5-3 lead here for Machado.
And I believe it was Kinnaman who picks up the pin.
Championship round, 106, please report. 106 to the bullpen.
And picking up the pin here in 5 minutes and 32 seconds is Machado. Over on the left mat here, we'll go to Maysville's Watkins against South Harrison's Johns at 285 to see who will take on Machado in that first place match. It'll be Herring of Lafayette, Peregrine of East Atchison over on the right match, and the wrestle back at 285.
And it's Herring taking Peregrine down, two takedown points. 30 seconds left here in this first period. One escape point for Peregrine.
We're 45 seconds in. Johnson and Watkins still feeling each other out. A minute gone here in the first period.
That ends the first period. And it's Herring taking a 6-1 lead into the second period over Peregrine.
.35 seconds remain here in this first period. Ruger Johnson, Connor Watkins still tied at 0. .15 seconds remain here in the opening period. We'll run the left mat, still no score. After one period, it's still scoreless. Choosing the down position here will be Johnson. Johnson will come away with the escape point here for South Harrison as he'll take a 1-0 lead 20 seconds into the second period.
.45 seconds left in the second period. It's still Herring with a 7-1 lead over Peregrine.
And getting the 2 takedown points now here is Watkins for Maysville. He leads 2-1, 55 seconds left here in the second period. As Johnson escapes, it's a 2-2 tie here with 40 seconds left in the second period. 25 seconds remain. It's a 2-2 tie here in the second period between Johnson and Watkins.
We'll go to the third period here on the right mat with Herring leading Peregrine 8-1.
And we will go to the third period tied at 2-2. Connor Watkins of Maysville will be in the down position here to start the third period. Tied here with Ruger Johnson of South Harrison.
And a reversal by Peregrine gets him the pin, so he will beat Herring.
Trying to get the escape here is Watkins. They're going to go out of the circle, come back to center. It'll be Polanski of BRC and Nolesh of Savannah over on the right match at 285. 1:31 left here in the third. Over on the left mat, it's a 2-2 tie.
And Polanski will get the win 20 seconds into the first period. He pins Knowles of Savannah.
We're going to show you most of what's going on over on the first mat, as this will be a match for the first place medal. It'll be Sperry from Gallatin versus Jace Estes from Warsaw. It's a 3-2 lead here for Watkins over Johnson to get into that first place round over on the left mat. But again, we're going to show you the first place match here at 106 on the right mat. On the left mat, 30 seconds left as Watkins with a 3-2 lead to get into that first place match at 285.
Sperry and Estes leave the circle. They'll come back to the circle.
And Watkins will hold off Johnson to move into the first place match at 285 by a 3-2 decision.
So go back to the center now. 2 points given to Sperry for a takedown. And there's 1 minute, 6 seconds left here in the first period.
Over on the left mat will be Humphrey from Donnie Humphrey from Lincoln going against Riley Simmons of Polo JV. This will be to see who gets into the fifth place match at 285. And we'll continue to show you the video of the match for the first place medal at 106 over on the right mat.
Couple of points for Estes. He takes a 3-2 lead with 26 seconds left here in the first period.
Halfway through the first period here on the left mat, still scoreless.
Yeah, Estes and Sperry will lead the circle with 1.3 seconds left. And that will do it for the first period. It is Eli Sperry trailing Jace Estes 3-2 as we go into the second period of this 106 first place match.
We'll go into the second period over on the left mat in this match to see who makes it into fifth place at 285. Still scoreless between Humphrey and Simmons. Getting the 1 point escape over on the left mat.
Estes trying to get an escape here. And he will get it, so he extends his lead 4-2. They'll go back to the center. And one more escape point to make it 5-2.
A 1-0 lead here for Simmons, I believe, with 1:05 left here in this third period.
And it's going to be Sperry that gets 2 takedown points, so 5-4 here. Jace Estes leading with 54.8 seconds left in the second period of this 106 first place match.
Over on the left mat, still a 1-0 lead, 44 seconds left in the third period. In favor, I believe, of Simmons.
Ten seconds left. And they'll leave the circle. It's still a 6-4.
So it's a 1-0 lead as we enter the third period. Sorry, it's Lincoln's Humphrey with the 1-0 lead. He'll choose the down position to start the third period.
Third period begins over here on the right mat. It's still a 6-4 lead in favor of Jace Estes. So several points given now. It ends up with Jace Estes being up 8-6. With a minute 20 left in the third period.
Lincoln's Humphrey leads 2-0 here over Polo JV Simmons with 1:23 left in the third period over on the left mat.
So an infraction by Estes, but no points for Sperry, so it remains 8-6. Down to a minute left. Estes holding on to this 8-6 lead.
50 seconds left on the left mat. Lincoln's Humphrey with a 4-0 lead. As they leave the circle, they'll come back to center. Again, the match you're watching on the right mat is the match for first place at 106.
25 seconds left in the final period. Estes leading Sperry 8-6. Ten seconds, still 8-6. One escape point for Sperry. Now Sperry's got to move. And that'll do it. He can't get it in time. Estes able to hold on to that lead. He gets the 8-7 decision victory to win the first place match for 106.
So we'll show you both mats again here as Lincoln's Humphrey about to pick up the decision victory 4-0, and he'll make his way into the fifth place match at 285. So now over on the right mat will be the match for fifth place at 106 between Ellis of Albany and Miller of Albany. Ellis of the Albany JV. Over on the left mat for third place at 106, it'll be Smithson of Stanberry versus Gehring of Benton. And they will medal 4 places here today.
2 takedown points from Miller. .30 seconds left here in the first period.
Gehring will get the 2 takedown points, looking to get some back points as well and looking for the pin. And we'll get the pin in 29 seconds.
And round 20.
So now over on the left mat, we will show you the left mat now as we will have the championship first place bout will be between Lafayette and Lincoln. At 113, it'll be Martrez Thuston of Lafayette and Tyler Jones of Lincoln.
So we're on the right mat. We begin the second period with Remington Miller leading Orrin Ellis 2-0.
So this first place championship round here. Over on the left mat at 113, Dustin of Lafayette, Jones of Lincoln.
One minute and 22 seconds left. Remington Miller still leading Ellis 2-0.
No points yet awarded, as Jones of Lincoln will get 2 takedown points here. 40 seconds gone here in this opening period.
Just under a minute left, still 2-0 in favor of Remington Miller.
A minute gone here in this opening period. It's a 2-0 lead here for. Again, they'll go out of the circle, come back to center with 20 and a half seconds left here in this first period. It's a 2-0 lead here for Lincoln's Jones.
So we go to the third period, and we'll start it with Remington Miller leading 5-0. And 2 reversal points for Miller as he now leads 7-0.
That'll do it for the end of the first period. It's a 2-0 lead here for Tyler Jones of Lincoln in this championship round at 113. Lafayette will defer. And Lincoln will choose neutral.
A couple of points given to Orrin Ellis, and then 1 point for escape from Miller, so that makes it 8-2. Two points for Orrin Ellis. 8-4 now with 1:05 left in the third period. And believe we have an injury, so that match will be on timeout for a second.
Still a 2-0 lead here for Jones. With 1:10 left here in the second period. Now with a minute left, still a 2-0 lead here for Jones. Again, this for the championship here at 113. Both wrestlers trying to get an advantage here in the second period. And trying to get some points here with 20 seconds still remaining here in the second period. And Tyler Jones of Lincoln with a 2-0 lead here over Martez Thuston of Lafayette. And they will go out of the circle, come back to center here with 8.9 left here in the second period.
So it looks like we're going to resume now on the right mat. Miller is okay to go with 1:01. It's tied 8-8.
At the end of the second period, Jones still leads 2-0 as we start the third period of play.
A couple of points for Remington Miller as he now leads 10-8.
Again, this match on the left mat for the gold medal here at 113. They'll leave center, come back, or they'll leave circle, come back to center.
.15 seconds left. Miller still leading Ellis 10-8.
1:40 left here in this third period. It's a 2-0 lead here for Lincoln.
And time runs out here in the third period, so and a couple more points for Miller as he will win 12-8 over Orrin Ellis. So he'll get fifth place on the 106 bracket.
An escape point awarded here to Thuston of Lafayette, so we'll come back to neutral at the center as they leave the circle with Lincoln's Jones with a 2-1 lead. Over on the right mat now is Thiemann of Holman against Moore of Kansas City Sumner.
This match over here on the right is championship for 120.
126 to the boot and 126.
So that is Green of Holden and Polanski of BRC, on the right mat. So two gold medal bouts going on. Again at 113, it's Thuston Lafayette, Jones of Lincoln. Jones with a 2-1 lead here with 40 seconds left in the third period.
So we're going to try to show as much of both mats as we can. We got two championships going on.
25 seconds remain as they leave the circle, and again we'll have to come back to center here.
A couple of points were given to Green of Holden. We got 43 seconds left here in the first period.
Getting 2 takedown points here is Jones from Lincoln. He'll take a 4-1 lead with 5 seconds left here in the third period. And Lincoln's Jones will win the first place match here at 113.
Eight seconds left here. A couple more points were given to Green as it's now 4-0.
Over on the left mat here, it'll be Thiemann of Holman against Moore from Kansas City Sumner for third place here at 113.
So first round ends over on the right mat with Green from Holden leading 7-0 or 5-0 over Polanski of BRC.
Seconds left here in the first period over on the left mat, still scoreless. And showing you the championship match at 120 on the right mat. It's a 2-0 lead here in favor of Moore of Kansas City Sumner. In the third place match at 113.
1 minute, 15 seconds left here in the second period. It's still Green holding on to a 5-0 lead over Polanski.
We'll start at neutral over on the left mat to start the second period between Thiemann and Moore.
A couple more points for Green. This is now 7-0 here with 48 seconds left to go in the second period.
Both fighting for the advantage here on the left mat. And the 2 points will be awarded here to Thiemann.
15 seconds left here, still 7-0 in favor of Green.
Thiemann trying to get Moore onto his back here. So right now it's tied 2-2, a minute left here in the second period.
And that ends the second period of this championship 120 match as Green goes into the third period with a 7-0 lead.
So 10 seconds left here in the second period over on the left mat, tied at 2-2.
A couple more points were given to Green as well as a couple to Polanski, so 9-2. A minute 12 left to go in the third period.
So we'll go to the third period, tied at 2-2 over on the left mat between Thiemann of Holman and Moore of Kansas City Sumner.
And Polanski and Green will leave the circle and come back to the center. One more point for Polanski, so it's 10-2. After a couple of points to both wrestlers, it's 11-4 with 45 seconds left. Polanski leading.
Trying to get the escape point was Moore. Thiemann gets Moore back to the ground here on the left mat.
2 more points for Polanski, 13-4. 30 seconds left.
.120 left here in the third period over on the left mat. Still tied at 2-2 between Thiemann and Moore for third place at 113. The 120 championship bout going on the right mat.
And that will end the third period as Green will get the 13-4 win over Polanski, and he will win the championship for the 120 weight class bracket.
So it's Holden's Green that wins at 120. Two points going to be awarded here to Holden's Thiemann. Over on the left mat, as we'll try and show you both mats again.
I believe going on right now is the 5th place 120 from
132 to the bullpen.
with Dean and Handgartner from Lafayette.
.20 seconds remain here in the third period. Thiemann with a 4-2 lead here over Moore.
A couple of points for Handgartner.
And over on the left mat is the third place match at 113. The 4-2 lead here for Thiemann with 16.7 seconds left.
One escape point for Dean makes it 2-1 with a minute 5 left in the second period.
And Thiemann will get the third place victory over Moore at 113.
Two points for Dean.
Now over on the left mat, we'll go to the 5th place match at 113. It'll be Reinerstein from Warsaw and Gregory from Stanberry. So Sean Reinerstein from Warsaw, Evan Gregory from Stanberry.
And Dean gets the pin. He will win the 5th place match in the 120 bracket.
I believe this will be the third place match going on over on the right mat at 126 between Rosa Benton and Hankey of Belleville Republic County.
They will leave the circle and come back.
Reinerstein with a 2-0 lead here over on the left mat. In the 5th place match at 113 as they go to the second period. Stanbury chooses neutral. Starting out the second period on the left mat.
So first period ends on the right mat. It's a 2-0 lead for Rose.
Reinerstein comes up with another 2 takedown points. He leads 4-0 over Stanbury's Gregory with 4:15 left here in the second period.
Couple of points for Hankey. And he will get the pin over Rose, and that will be good to get him the 3rd place victory here in the 126 bracket.
Reinerstein looking to get some back points here. Looking for the pin over Stanbury's Gregory. 18 seconds remain here in the second period.
So next, I think this is the 5th place match between Garrett of Warsaw and Holt from Polo.
And the pin will occur in 2 minutes, 54 seconds here at 113 for the 5th place bout for Reinerstein of Warsaw over Gregory of Stanbury. We're now over on the left mat. We have a matchup of Campbell of Warsaw and Barry of Maysville for 3rd place at 120.
Couple of points for Polo's Holt, and that will be the end of the first period, as Holt will take a 2-0 lead into the second period.
Five seconds remain here in this first period. Barry trying to get 2 takedown points. He is not going to get them before the period ends. As we'll go to the second period. They'll start at neutral.
And Holt trying to get a pin here.
Now 2 points going to be awarded here to Cooper Berry. 15 seconds in.
And Holt will get it. Holt will win the 5th place match in the 126 bracket over Garrett from Warsaw.
Looks like they'll now go to 132 over on the left mat for third place. It'll be Baker from Polo, Justice from Maysville. As 2 more points going to be awarded here to Barry, as he'll take a 4-0 lead in this third place match here at 120.
So yeah, on the right mat we've got Baker from Aiden Baker from Polo and Bryson Justice wrestling for third place in the 132 bracket.
A 3-0 lead here for Barry. Going to receive some back points, looking for the pin here over Campbell of Warsaw. 5-0 lead turns into an 8-0 lead with 3 back points awarded. 21 seconds remain here in the second period.
Couple of points for Justice, I believe. Yeah, 2 points for Justice with 20 seconds left. He leads 2-0.
Five seconds remain here in this second period. Over on the left mat, it's an 8-0 lead here for Maysville's Barry over Warsaw's Campbell.
And that will end the first round over here on the right mat. Baker taking Justice taking a 4-0 lead into the second period.
Two reversal points awarded here to Barry. He has a 10-0 lead, 1:35 left here in the third period over on the left mat. For third place at 120.
Couple of takedown points here for Justice.
Two more reversal points here for Barry.
2 reversal points as well for Justice. He leads 6-3 over Baker with 1:32 left to go in the second period.
.54 seconds remain here in this third period over on the left mat. We're going to have a potential dangerous position.
I believe it was Justice who gets the win for third over on the right mat. Now we've got Akins of Albany taking on Harms of Maysville JV.
.30 seconds remain over on the left mat. It's a 10-1 lead here for Barry over Campbell of Warsaw. And that'll do it for the third period. It's a 10-1 victory here for Cooper Berry of Maysville over Donovan Campbell of Warsaw for third place at 120.
Still no points yet here on the right mat for either wrestler, as we're down to 1 minute and, well, 1 minute exactly. Actually, that was just supposed to be a 1 minute. They decided 2 minutes on the clock, so that will do it for the first period as we'll go to the second.
We'll show you the left mat here as we have the championship match here at 126 between Graham Jensen of BRC and Hunter Gilreath of Maysville.
Frazier, Lafayette to the bullpen.
Second period starting now on the right mat between Akins and Harms.
2 takedown points awarded here to Jensen. Now an escape point given here to Gilreath. And another 2 takedown points awarded here to Jensen as he leads 4-1.
Couple of takedowns and reversals here for Akins, makes it 6-0 for him here.
An escape point here for Gilreath. Should make this a 4-2 lead in favor of Jensen. Two points awarded here now for Gilreath. Should now be a 4-4 tie with the scoreboard wrong at the moment. Here with 37 seconds left here in this first period for the championship match at 126.
Akins and Harms will come back to the center circle with 49.1 seconds left. Aiken leads 6-0 into the second period.
.15 seconds remain here in this first period. The championship at 126. And that'll end the first period. And I believe we're going to have a look here at the score.
.15 seconds left here in the second period. Akins closing in on a pin. If not, though, he's going to get some back points either way.
So it should be a 4-4 score. They had that wrong on the scoreboard, so they'll get that right. Gilreath, Jensen tied 4-4.
So that will end the second period. 3 more back points for Akins makes it 9-0 heading into this final period as Akins leading Harms in this 5th place match in the 132 bracket.
Championship match for 126.
Maysville choose to defer to the third period. BRC chooses the neutral position to start the second period. They leave the circle, come back to center.
Couple of points here for Harms as now he's got Akins in a little bit of trouble. It's 9-2 here in the third period. 1:13 left in the round.
No points yet awarded here, as now Gilreath will pick up 2 takedown points.
Reversal points now for Akins. He gets 2 more. Now he leads 11-5 after some back points for Harms.
A minute left here in the second period. It's a 6-4 lead in favor of Maysville's Gilreath. .35 seconds remain here in the second period. In this match we're showing you is the championship round at 126.
Akins leads Harms 11-6 with 27 seconds to go here in the third period.
Maysville's Gilreath leading 6-4 here over BRC's Jensen. For the gold medal here at 126.
All right, and that will end the third round as Trevor Akins will win the 11-6 decision here in the 5th place match for 132.
They'll end the second period with Gilreath leading 6-4. Maysville, that deferred, will start in the down position here.
134 to the bullpen. 134.
So now over on the right, Matt, we're going to have Tryon of Holden taking on Fenimore of Gallatin for third place in the 138 bracket.
A reversal here for Gilreath gets him 2 points. He leads 8-4, 30 seconds gone here in the third period. Now getting some back points, looking for the pin. And Gilreath gets the pin here in 4 minutes and 43 seconds.
A couple of points for Fenimore. One escape point for Tryon. It's 2-1 with 13 seconds left to go.
So we'll show you both mats again.
.8 seconds left. We resume with.
Actually, I take that back. We're going to go back to the left mat as we're going to have the championship now at 132. It'll be Owen Weatherhead of BRC going up against Tristan Flynn of Lafayette.
And the first round ends with Fenimore leading Tryon 2-1. And we will start the second period here in a few moments.
So now the match you're seeing is the championship match at 132 between BRC and Lafayette, Weatherhead and Flynn. It's a 2-0 lead here for BRC's Weatherhead. And now we'll get Flynn onto his back. We'll pick up 2 back points as he leads 4-0. 1:05 left here in the first period.
Tryon is awarded a point, so score is tied at 2-2 with 1:10 left in the second period. Now a takedown from Tryon, and he's got Fenimore in a little bit of trouble here.
.45 seconds remain in the first period. And this match at 132 for the championship between BRC's Weatherhead and Lafayette's Flynn.
And Tryon will pin Fenimore, and so third place for the 138 bracket is won by Cale Tryon of Holden.
So due to a hand clasp, Flynn gets a point. He trails though 4-1 with 36 seconds left here in the first period.
So I think now we're doing the fifth place match for 138. And it's going to be Cohen Walton of Warsaw taking on Ethan Ines of BRC. So this is for fifth place in the 138 bracket.
5 seconds remain in the first period over on the left mat. It's a 4-1 lead here for Weatherhead as we go to the second period. So as we go to this second period, it's a 4-1 lead here for Owen Weatherhead of BRC.
Two takedown points for Cohen Walton. Sorry, actually those were Ines' takedown points. My bad.
Weatherhead trying to escape Flynn here.
And that will do it for the second period. It's going to be Ethan Ines taking a 2-1 or 2-0 lead into the second period of this fifth place match.
Weatherhead does get the escape point. He'll lead 5-1, 1:23 left here in the second period.
So there's just some discussion happening on the right mat, so that match is on hold for a second. Oh, we got some blood, that's what it is. So we'll have a blood timeout, and that match will resume once the blood gets stopped.
So they leave the circle, come back to center here with 1 minute left in the second period. It's a 5-1 lead here for BRC's Weatherhead over Lafayette's Flynn. And this for the championship match at 1:32. Seconds left here in the second period. Out 1:32 for the championship. Potentially dangerous position. 1 point awarded here to Lafayette. It's a 5-2 lead here for Weatherhead. .15 seconds remain here in the second period. Still underneath the blood timeout over on the right mat. Five seconds remain here in the second period. And we will go to the third period with a 5-2 lead in favor of BRC's Weatherhead over Lafayette's Flynn.
Looks like we're getting ready to resume things here on the right mat. We'll start the second period now. And it's Walton leading 2-0.
Weatherhead start in the top position to start the third period. Another potentially dangerous position here. So they'll restart. .110 left here in the third period for this gold medal at 1:32.
One escape point for Ines. That's his first points of the match. It's 2-1 now in favor of Walton with 52 seconds left in the second period.
.40 remain here in this third period. Weatherhead still holds on to a 5-2 lead.
.15 seconds left here on the right mat, still 2-1.
.5 seconds left here in the third period.
And that ends the second period over here on the mat, on the right mat. It's still 2-1.
And picking up the win, here is Weatherhead, as he will win first place at 1:32 over Lafayette's Flynn. And now we'll stay again over on the left mat for the championship match here at 1:38. It'll be Joseph Frazier from Lafayette against Draken Bennett of Maysville.
1 minute, 33 seconds left. Still 2-1.
They'll leave the circle and will have to come back to center. As again, this the championship match at 138 that you were watching.
Ines and Walton leave the circle with 1:01 left to go in this third and final period. It's still 2-1 here with Walton leading.
.50 gone here in this first period in the championship match here between Frazier and Bennett. They will leave the circle and come back to center here with 54 seconds remaining here in the first period.
One more skate point for Walton. He now leads 3-1 with 25 seconds left here in the third period.
.30 left here in the first period, still scoreless between Bennett and Frazier. And they'll leave the circle, have to come back to center.
And that'll do it for the match on the right mat. It's going to be Cohen Walton picking up the win by decision. And he will walk away with the 5th place spot in the 138 bracket.
5 seconds left here in the first period. For the championship at 138. No points awarded. Will go to the second, still scoreless.
I believe we're seeing the third place match for 144 on the right mat now. It's Gatrell from Polo and Tercero of South Harrison.
So 2 reversal points awarded here for Maysville's Bennett.
So that match right now on the right's underway. No points yet. 30 seconds into the first period.
So Bennett with a 2-0 lead. Frazier from Lafayette gets the escape point. It's a 2-1 lead here for Bennett. 30 seconds into the second period of play here of this championship match here at 138.
Five seconds left here in the first period. And the round ends without any wrestler gaining any points.
A minute left here in the second period. A 2-1 lead here for Maysville's Bennett over Lafayette's Frazier. Points awarded here for Frazier as he takes a 3-2 lead with 30 seconds left here in the second period. And we're going to have a blood timeout, so we'll show you the action over on the right mat.
One point here given to Gatrell Polo with 1 minute 16 left to go here in the second period. They will leave the circle. Let's come back to the center.
And in a blood timeout over on the left mat for the championship at 138. It's tied 3-3 here between Maysville's Bennett and Lafayette's Frazier. With 27 seconds left here in the second period. And now we'll bring it back over to the left mat here for the championship match at 138. And at the moment, it's a 3-3 tie between Frazier and Bennett.
Couple of points here for Tercero, his first of the game, or first of the match. 2-1, Tercero leads. 1 point for an escape, though for Cottrell, he ties it up at 2.
Neither wrestler could get the advantage there before the end of the period, so we'll stay 3-3 going to the third period.
Ten seconds left in the second period. We're still tied up at 2-2 here on the right mat.
Looks like still some blood here on the left mat. So we will go back to the right mat here for the moment.
And we'll begin the third period, still tied up at 2 apiece. Third round gets underway. And they will exit the circle and come back. Time stops with 1:38 left to go here in this third and final period.
Again, Lafayette's Frazier still dealing with some blood over on the left mat. This championship bout at 138. As I get ready to start the third period, it's a 3-3 tie. And a point will be awarded to Frazier as they go to neutral to start out the third period. 2 points awarded on the takedown here for Maysville's Bennett. Will also pick up 2 back points as well, as Bennett now leads 7-4.
45 seconds left here in the third period. It's still 2-2 tie. In this third place match between Cottrell and Tercero.
A 6-4 lead here for Bennett. 1:17 left here in this third period. Over on the left mat for the championship at 138. And Bennett will get Frazier onto his back, looking for the pin. 53 seconds left here in the third period. Frazier will roll out off his back, but 3 back points awarded here to Bennett. He'll lead 9-4 with 40 seconds remaining.
20 seconds left here in the third period over on the right mat. Trail trying to work Tercero onto his back for a pin. He's going to have some back points if not. And only 6 seconds left. And that'll end the period. He cannot get the pin, but he does get the back points. And so Cottrell will get a 5-2 decision victory here, and he will take home third place in the 144 bracket.
Bennett with a 9-4 lead, 2 seconds left. Maysville's Drake and Bennett will win the championship match at 138. That is the second championship win so far for Maysville here today, as he wins a 9-4 decision over Lafayette's Joseph Frazier. Up next over on the left mat, we'll have the championship bout at 144. It's the match between Ethan Nash of Benton and Hudson Carr of Warsaw.
Over on the right mat, we're about to start the third place match in the 150 bracket. It's Ross from Polo taking on Bagley from Warsaw.
So again, it's the 144 championship match over on the left mat. Ethan Nash of Benton, Hudson Carr of Warsaw.
We have the championship for 144.
.45 seconds in, still no points yet awarded.
And Bagley gets the pin over Ross. So he will take home third place in the 150 bracket.
Both wrestlers trying to get the advantage for the takedown points here. And we'll come back to center here with 45 seconds left here in the first period, starting at neutral. Here between Nash and Carr. .15 seconds remain here in the opening period. Still scoreless here between Nash and Carr.
On the right mat, we're getting ready to see Zane Rippey taking on Moreno for the consolation.
157 to the bullpen. 157.
So 2 points will be awarded here to Carr. As he'll take a 2-0 lead as we go to the second period.
So Zane Rippey and Christian Moreno getting ready to start here for the 150 bracket consolation championship.
So 2-0 lead here for Warsaw's Carr as we get ready to start the second period. And starting the down position here will be Carr.
Couple of takedown points here for Zane Rippey. 30 seconds left to go here in this first period.
.30 seconds into the second period. Still a 2-0 lead here for Warsaw's Carr over Benton's Nash.
165 to the bullpen. 165.
Some back points for Rippey and a takedown for Moreno. Makes it 5-2 at the end of the first period with Rippey in the lead.
.50 seconds remaining here in the second period. Nash now has Carr onto his back, looking to pick up some back points.
So the second period about to begin here. Again, Zane Rippey leading 5-2.
And the pin will occur here in 3 minutes and 33 seconds
Ethan Nash has earned the 100th win of his wrestling career.
for Ethan Nash, and he picks up his 100th win of his career as well. We'll show you action over on the right mat here real quick. over on the left mat here. In a moment, we'll go to the 150 championship mat.
Championship match for 150 pounds.
So we'll go back over to the left mat here for the championship round at 150. It's Bishop Rush of Benton against Brendan Barton of Maysville.
St. Rippey leads 8-3 here with 53 seconds left to go in the second period.
And 2 takedown points awarded here to Rush of Benton on this championship mat at 150. Again, you're watching the mat at 150 for the championship. Over on the right mat is the one you're not seeing is the third place battle at 150.
And that'll end the second period with Zane Rippey leading 10-3 here. 10-4, sorry.
Rush with a 2-0 lead here over Barton with 30 seconds left here in the first period over on the mat that you are seeing here for the championship at 150.
So third round about to get underway here on the right mat.
Five seconds left here in the first period over on the left mat. And they will end the period with a 2-0 lead here for Bishop Rush of Benton over Maysville's Brendan Barton.
1 point here for Zane Rippey makes it 11-4 with a minute 40 left in the third period.
And the mat you're watching is the match for 150 for first place. They will leave center. They'll leave the circle. Have to come back to center here. With 1:38 remaining in the second period.
One more point for Zane Rippey makes it 12-4.
Two points awarded here to Rush as he'll take a 4-0 lead.
2 takedown points here for Moreno. He makes it 12-6. 42 seconds left, and he's trying to go for a pin on Rippey.
2 more points awarded to Rush. He'll lead 6-0 with 1:05 left here in the second period. Two reversal point, or 2 more back points going to be awarded here to Rush as Barton not able to get the reversal before they go out of bounds.
They leave the circle here on the right mat, and Moreno is able to get 2 more back points, so it's 12-8 in favor of Rippey with 15.4 seconds left to go here in the third period.
Again, they'll leave the circle, come back to center with 38 seconds left here in the second period. It's an 8-1 lead here for Rush as Barton gets an escape point.
And time runs out here in the third period. And Zane Rippey will get a 12-8 decision win, and he will come away with consolation, with the consolation championship here in the 150 bracket.
15 seconds remain here in the second period. It's an 8-1 lead here for Rush. So we'll show both mats now as we'll have a championship match on both. 150 over on the left mat, 157 on the right. As we're going to have a blood timeout here.
So on the right mat,
Maysville for Barton for Maysville.
On the right mat, it's the 157 championship between Devin McWashington and Drake Murrell from Warsaw.
So we're showing you the match at 157 as there's a blood timeout over on the left mat for the championship for 150.
Couple of takedown points here given to McWashington. One escape point for Morrell. Makes it 2-1 here with 20 seconds to go here in the first period. And the first period ends with Devin McWashington leading 2-1, and we'll go to the second period, and I'd like to show him both mats.
So again, they'll restart at 150 here. It's a 10-1 lead here for Bishop Rush of Benton over Brendan Barton of Maysville.
Now I said we have a blood timeout on the right mat, so now we'll just focus on the left mat.
Again, they'll leave the circle, come back to center.
Yeah, they got that taken care of pretty quick.
Barton trying to get Rush to his back. Try and pick up some points here in this third period. 2-point reversal awarded to Rush, but then they'll be out of the circle. We'll come back to center. So Rush now with a 12-1 lead here in the third period. One escape point awarded here to Barton. He trails 12-2 to Rush here in this championship round at 150. Championship round at 157 on the right mat.
McWashington and Morrell will leave the circle and come back to the center. McWashington still holding on to a 2-1 lead here with 1:24 left in the second period.
And the point going to be awarded here to Barton due to the dangerous position as he got dropped on his head there.
An escape point for Morrell.
.55 seconds remain here in this second period for the championship at 150. It's a 12-3 lead here for for Rush of Benton. Barton gets another escape point, making it 12-4.
.40 McWashington and Morrell tied at 2 apiece.
2 more points awarded here to Rush. Makes it a 14-4 score with 20 seconds left here in the third period. They'll leave the circle. We'll come back to center here with 6 seconds left.
And Morrell will get 2 takedown points here with 5 seconds left in the second period.
And picking up the victory will be Bishop Rush from Benton, a 14-4 decision. So we'll show you the match over on the right mat here.
So Morrell going into this third period with a 4-2 lead over McWashington.
Over on the left mat, we'll start the 5th place match at 150 between Smith of South Harrison and Roberts of Lafayette. So we'll keep it on the right mat, showing you the championship match at 157.
One escape point from McWashington makes it 4-3 with 1:32 left here in the third and final period.
Quick takedown here by Roberts. Getting back points, looking for the pin over Smith. .20 seconds left here in the first period.
Come back to the center with 1:08 left here in the third period. Still 4-3 with Morrell leading.
.3 points, back points awarded, and then 2 points on the reversal there by Smith. Should be a 5-2.
40 seconds left. McWashington still trailing here by 1 point to Morrell.
So it should be a 5-4 lead here for Roberts of Lafayette over Smith of South Harrison over on the left mat.
So going to be a warning to Morrell, I think, for stalling, I believe, is what they got him for. But now he's got an extra point. So he's up 5-3 now, and there's 25 seconds left.
A 5-5 tie over on the left mat.
Morrell trying to get a takedown. He has to get a takedown to tie this up. He's got 8 seconds left. And 2 points to Morrell. And time's going to run out. Morrell's going to get a 7-3 decision win here in the championship of the 157 bracket.
Warsaw, Maysville, Benton now each with 2 championship wrestlers so far. Lincoln, Holden, and BRC each with 1. So we'll show you both mats as no championship match going on at the moment. It's a 7-5 lead here for Smith of South Harrison over Roberts of Lafayette. 9-7 now. Smith of South Harrison leading over Roberts of Lafayette. 3 seconds left here in the second period. And it'll be a 10-1 lead here for South Harrison Smith going to the third period.
So first period ends on the right mat. It's the fifth place match in the 157 bracket between Snodgrass of Benton and Stout from Holden. So we'll go into the second period with no score yet.
An escape point awarded here to Roberts, as Smith leads here 10-8.
1 point for Snodgrass, first point of the match.
25 seconds gone here in the third period over on the left match. 2 fifth-place matches going on. 150 on the left, 157 on the right. So 12-8 lead here for South Harrison's Ethan Smith. Over Lafayette's Pierce Roberts. They're out of the circle, will come back to center. Under a minute left here in the third period. It's a 12-8 lead in favor of South Harrison Smith.
Couple takedown points for Snodgrass. 30 seconds left in the second period.
175 to the bullpen, 175.
It's a 12-10 lead here for Smith with just 15 seconds left here in the third. Roberts trying to get the 2 takedown points here before the third period ends.
Second period ends over here on the right mat, and it's a 3-0 lead for Snodgrass going into the final period.
Smith gets the pin in 5 minutes, 57 seconds.
So we'll begin the third period here in this fifth place match in the 157 bracket, with Snodgrass leading Stout 3-0.
We'll have the matchup here in the third place match at 157 over on the left mat. It'll be Jared Button of Albany and Ty Claypool of Polo. And this is the third place match at 157 over on the left mat. Fifth place match at 157 on the right. Still no score over on the left mat as we're 35 seconds in. So again, you're watching the 165 championship match over on the right mat.
One escape point for Simmons, but now Kyle Burke looking for that pin. He's going to get some back points. Three back points for Burke. Makes it 5-1 with 1:26 left to go here in the second period.
Button leading the match, are tied at the moment 4-4 over on the left match. And we after 3 periods are tied at 4-4. For third place at 157.
And Kyle Burke gets the pin. And that's Albany's first champion of the day. He wins the first place match in the 165 bracket.
And we'll show you overtime going on over on the left mat at the moment. In the third place match at 157, Button and Claypool. As South Harrison's, it looks like it'll be Owens for Warsaw against Fox from Polo for 5th place at 165 over on the right mat. So a 4-4 tie here in overtime on the left mat for third place at 157.
So Fox from Polo and Owens from Warsaw getting ready to get started.
And Button will get the 2-point takedown and will take third place here in overtime. So now, over on the left mat, we'll have the third place match at 165. It's Doolittle from South Harrison and Silver from Kansas City Sumner.
2 takedown points for Fox. And Tanner Fox will get the pin to take home 5th place in the 165 bracket.
Xander Doolittle will get 2 takedown points here in the third place match at 165 over on the left mat.
215 to the bullpen. 215.
And now they'll have Johns of South Harrison and Reifsteck of Holden for the 5th place at 175 going on the right mat. Right now it's a 2-0 lead here for South Harrison's Doolittle over Silva of Kansas City Sumner on the left mat. 15 seconds left here in the opening period.
Reifsteck and Johns will leave the circle and have to come back.
Over on the left mat here at 150 or 165. Doolittle in the down position.
2 takedown points for Reifsteck with 12 seconds left here in the first period. That'll end the first period. Reifsteck will take a 2-0 lead into the second period.
So it's an 8-0 lead here for Xander Doolittle from South Harrison over on the left mat.
Reifsteck and Johns will leave the circle and come back to the center with 1:46 left in the second period.
50 seconds left here in the second period. It's an 8-0 lead here for Doolittle of South Harrison for third place at 165. I'll leave the circle and we'll come back to center. 20 seconds remain here in the second period as Doolittle still leads 8-0 over Silva. Silva will leave the circle here with 3 seconds. They'll come back to center. That'll do it for the second period. Xander Doolittle leads 8-0 going to the third period. They will start at neutral. David Silva now will get 2 takedown points. He trails 8-2 here with 20 seconds gone in the second period.
So Johns and Reifsteck will leave the circle with 0.2 seconds left. And that will end the second period, and it's Reifsteck with a 2-0 lead going into the third period.
An escape point awarded here to Doolittle. He leads 9-2 with 1:20 left here in the second period as they start back at neutral. They'll leave the circle. We'll come back to center.
Couple more points for Reifsteck.
A minute left here in this period over on the left, Matt. 2 more points awarded here to Silva for the takedown. He trails 9-4.
Two points for Johns. And actually, I don't think Reifsteck did get any points there a second ago, so it's 2-2.
A point awarded here to Silva. He trails 9-5. 30 seconds left here in the match. For third place at 165. An escape point awarded here for Doolittle. They'll leave the circle. We'll come back to center.
Two back points for Johns. Now he takes a 4-2 lead with 25 seconds left to go in this third period.
That'll do it for the second period. It's a 10-4 lead here for Xander Doolittle. Pretty sure that was the third period.
And that'll do it for the match over here. It's going to be Johns with a 4-2 decision win over Reifsteck, and he will win 5th place.
So that was the end of the third period. Doolittle picks up the win over Silva, 10-4.
On mat 2, we have the championship for 190 pounds.
So the matchup for 190 pounds championship match over on the right mat between Beavers of BRC and Heinz of Maysville. I believe we're also going to have the same thing on the left mat at 175 between Simonson of BRC and Perkins of Lafayette. So we'll show you both mats. So we got the championship bout at 175 on the left mat, 190 on the right. Again, on the right mat is Beavers of BRC, Heinz of Maysville. On the left mat at 175, it's Simonson of BRC, Perkins of Lafayette.
And 2 takedown points for Beavers. 2-0 Beavers with 1:10 left here in the first period.
Still no points here between Perkins and Simonson. 45 seconds here into the match. For the championship at 175 on the left mat. And now it'll be Perkins who picks up 2 takedown points here for Lafayette. Got the championship matches for 175 on the left, 190 on the right.
And the 2 leave the circle with 18.5 seconds left to go here in this first period, and they will come back. Beavers leading 2-0 over Heinz.
.25 seconds remains in the opening period over on the left mat. It's a 2-0 lead here for Lafayette's Perkins.
That'll end the first period over here on the right mat. Beavers taking a 2-0 lead into the second period over Heinz.
And Perkins will take a 2-0 lead going into the second period over Simonson from BRC over on the left mat. We're going to have a blood timeout here on the left mat. Back up and running on the left mat. Simonson will be in the down position. Perkins in the up position.
Heinz and Beavers will leave the mat or the circle with 1:19 left in the second period. It's still 2-0 in favor of Beavers.
So as they're ready to start the second period on the left mat.
And they will leave the circle again with 1:07 left in the second period.
Perkins able to keep Simonson away from escaping. 20 seconds here into the second period. And they will leave the circle. Will come back to center on the left mat. On the escape point, though, awarded here to Simonson as they'll be back at neutral.
Heinz and Beavers leave the circle again. 30.9 seconds to go. Still 2-0 Beavers.
A minute left here in the second period on the left mat. It's a 2-1 lead here for Lafayette's Perkins for the championship at 175. Lafayette still looking for their first champion of the day.
And that will end the second period. And Beavers holds on to that 2-0 lead he has over Heinz, and he will take that into the third and final period of this championship match.
20 seconds left here in the second period. Lafayette's Perkins with a 2-1 lead here over BRC Simonson.
One more point for Beavers for the escape. So he leads 3-0 now with 1:46 left to go in the third period.
They'll leave the circle, come back to center here with 4.6 left in the second period over on the left mat. They'll end the second period with a 2-1 lead here for Perkins. They'll start it neutral.
And Beavers and Heinz will leave the circle again. They'll come back with 1:16.
Perkins holds on to a 2-1 lead here over Simonson in the third period. 25 seconds gone. Perkins will be awarded 2 more takedown points. He leads 4-1. 50 seconds gone here in the third period. Potentially dangerous position. They'll bring him back to center over on the left mat.
Beavers and Heinz leave the circle again. 14 seconds left. Beavers leading 3-0 over Heinz. Heinz is going to have to move quick once we restart. And we will run out of time, so Beavers will get a 3-0 decision.